the car and I got to go because my house completely damaged. I lost everything. And that's the amount they say I should get because of the stock card I was getting hold of in my hand. I asked if I'm gonna get a check or if there's a lower amount of card. If you ask when is the card gonna be ready, they don't know exactly when the card is gonna be ready, so they will notify us. Time passed by, I went to the office to ask about the card. They said it's not a card. We're not gonna get a card. We're gonna get a SMS on my phone for the 75,000. And I asked them how long it's gonna take. They said they're not sure, but I could check up again in the next 4 weeks to see. It will come down then. So honestly, I don't know what's going on. I lost everything. I lost my house completely, and they come and check and see everything. And they're telling me now that it's $25,000 placard and all. So I just have to wait until it comes out. Then I can check up in 4 weeks time.
You listen to this, Jamaica. You listen to this. Tell me if this is not the art of scam. Tell me if the Jamaica Labour Party is not the art of scam. This is a total fraud. Imagine the people who have suffered for the past 6 months.
Live right now. What's up, guys?
And when they reach, you are going to tell them, say, I want to car them, I go get, and when I go come back in 4 weeks' time. This is a scam, Jamaica. I will demand answers from the Jamaica Labour Party. This is total madness. Total unacceptable. This is a scam, Chico. This is a scam. And so tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, we all will be gathered here and all the PNP platform where the answers must be given. The questions must be asked. Can you imagine? They carefully think through this in Jamaica. The Labour Party carefully think through. It was all thought through. Take a picture. Give them the 75,000 and take them picture. See them. 75,000 and take picture with them. That the time the recipient must get 200, 300 and 500,000. A picture is worth 1,000 words. And the Jamaica Labour Party go around and scam the people then. Listen to the voice note. And it's many other voice notes just because, you know, me, I don't care what me have to go put on my pack Jamaica. I have to put on dinner. It's so I have to remember if you know. You know, I love the teacher, I know I love the teacher. So tomorrow is another day. Can you imagine?
Oh, big up your brand.
We can't hear all the afternoon. Listen to the woman's cry.
Morning, Marlene. It's really sad doing in Jamaica. It's sad, I'm not lying. Very, very sad what is happening. Morning TikTok, morning YouTube. Welcome everyone.
And I went to the meeting. One of my friends right here, they give 6 on their phone for 500. So,
hey Jamie, what's up?
No. Eventually, I stayed here at the meeting and they called me up on stage to go look up truck card at $75,000. That's the card I got to hold because my house completely damaged. I lost everything. And that's the amount they say I should get because that's the truck card I was getting hold of in my hand. I asked if I'm gonna get a check or if there's a lower amount in a card. Miss Miller asked when is the card going to be ready. They said they don't know exactly when the card is going to be ready.
Shaka field, big up.
Time passed by, I went to the office to ask about the card. They said it's not a card. We're not going to get a card. We're going to get an SMS on my phone for the $75,000. And I asked them how long it's going to take. They said they're not sure. But I could check up again in the next 4 weeks to see. It would come down there. So honestly, I don't know what's going on. I lost everything. I lost my house completely. They come and
don't know why it's so low.
They're telling me now that It's $75,000 plus. I just have to be myself. It comes out, then I can check up in 4 weeks' time.
Wow.
Mighty God, my heart bleeds for the people.
Wow.
Where is the Prime Minister? Eh? Where is the minister who has the responsibility over the roofs program? I heard he's in Finland. Eh? Can you imagine? This is nothing short of a scam, you know. Fraudulent activity. But I left me to Dr. Dayton Campbell Manning and Nikisha Burchell.
Oh, tomorrow is gonna get busy. Oh my God.
Jamaica.
One day tomorrow, me have to go live.
What if you could make a song use?
Man, them just flat my transition around. I did so upon this morning in Jamaica. Wicked. Yeah, wicked man. All pull up. Earth Day Venus. What's going on, sweetheart? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Nice to see you, darling. How you doing? How you doing? Bless up, bless up, bless up. One of my day ones right there.
You're going to hear
all type of something. Yes.
You're going to hear all kinds of lies.
Yes.
Here are the tactics used to try and buy you out. Here are the tactics used to try and frighten you away. And I only have to say one thing to you tonight, comrades. We are blood and fire comrades. And we're marching on to progress. And we will stand firm. We will not be bought because we are not for sale.
Mighty God. What a piece of argument. What a piece of argument from the general. Oh, I have to big up all blood and fire comrades that was not bought on September 3rd, you know. Yeah, man, I want to big up all blood and fire comrades that did not sell out at September 3rd, never sell out them pick the birthright. Don't big up on yourself. Yeah, man, don't big up on yourself. Yeah, man, big up all blood and fire comrades. We never sell out them future, never sell out them children. You understand? Big up on yourself. We go out and vote for policy and not party. We are real manly heights. You understand? We're not afraid to tell the PNP if them not going good, them not going good. We're holding the party accountable. You understand? Yeah, man, you know, still like some elaborate them. Everything them do, everything the JLP them do, them right. Nonsense. Jamaica, want to hear what going on in Westmoreland? Want to hear the voice note I played earlier? The lady said one of the persons that were supposed to get the you know, the benefit for the roof program lost her house. She doesn't have anything in Jamaica. She's not living anywhere. And she was assessed by the government. Yes, she was vouched for by the MP in our constituency or by the councillor in our constituency. So this is somebody that's not telling a lie about their situation. And she is one example. And I guess this morning we're going to hear about the housing crisis post Hurricane Minister from the People's National Party. Jamaica want to know, say, me no sleep last night. Because this is my time to sleep and I'm up. So you see everybody who watch me right now, I'm going to show the platform some love. In any way you can. Liking the video, sharing the video. On TikTok you can send gift. On YouTube you can send gift. On YouTube you can send donations to the Cash App or the Zelle, whatever. It is pinned in the comment section. I am monetized on BOLO V&R 2.0 all the way. You can get super chat, everything. So I want to just bless up the platform. Because I burn the daylight and the midnight aisle. If you come live this morning, if you cover this thing. It is that important, Jamaica. There is a serious crisis happening in Westmoreland. It appears as if the Jamaica Labour Party is holding. How you doing, Martha? it appears as if the Jamaica Labour Party is spiting the citizens of the country that did not vote for them, because there's a large cluster of people in Westmoreland that did not vote for them. There's a large cluster of people in St. Elizabeth that did not vote for them. There's a large cluster of people in Hanover that did not vote for them. And there's a good cluster of people in St. James that did not vote for them either. And it appears as if these areas are being victims of political victimization, are victims of political victimization. This is what it appears as if. Uncle Mark Wagwan, you know, so me have to burn the fire before the conference start. You understand? Because how can you have 6 months after Hurricane Melissa, how can you have this happening? To the people that are victims of a natural disaster. You know, one government wicked and honest government? Them take the record for the wickedest government in the history of Caribbean. I have never seen how any other government wicked than them is a government that was never a government. A pre-slavery. That I did when slavery went go on. You understand? When slavery was happening, those persons that were governing slaves, Andrew Holness and them in the same league. His only thing say him can't trump the Constitution. Right? The Constitution then I'm way like a man, and Pastor Peter Chambers he don't tell me that already. The Constitution are black him from do certain things when him sign off on a window. Thank God for the Constitution. Thank God for God. Thank God for man like Mark Jefferson Gully. All of the PNP out there that was saying that the People's National Party is not doing enough. Let me tell you something. There's something called evidence gathering that I want to need to understand. Evidence gathering, right? When you have tried an approach and you have come before the people and you have given them a manifesto with love and they basically shunned it. You guys did not come out and vote, the ones that didn't. And others voted for the JLP. Even after you heard what the PNP had in store for your children. First in the family. To increase education at the highest level. I was talking to my good brother, Sydney, last night. We was up late last night on the live. We talked about different things that the PNP had pretty much offered the people as a promise in their manifesto that they would do if they were to come in power. And you guys showed that in the dirt. The rent to own initiative. You know, do you know how much people in Jamaica is renting houses? Do you know how much people in Jamaica is renting a house? They don't own one. The rent to own initiative was perfect. A perfect plan. And we see Barbados, big up Miss Mia Motley. She has taken on the idea and ran with it, Jamaica. And you think the people in Barbados are not happy? But we in Jamaica, that plan alone should have won the PNP, the election. Mighty God have done it. That would have been the greatest transfer of wealth. That would have been the greatest transfer of wealth from the government, from what we call crown lands, to the people of Jamaica. If you guys had really looked into what the PNP had to offer. No, them not campaign for no local government election. Didn't you guys listen to Dre Bryan show yesterday when T-Play came up? The local government election is fixed. You guys don't realize that the Jamaica Labour Party is crumbling right before your very eyes, you know. You guys are not listening to my platform. You're not listening to the prophetic word that I have been replaying for you to understand what is happening. The people are rising up against the Jamaica Labour Party, and it's God that is putting in this resentment and waking them up and opening, taking the scales off their eyes. Even the Labour right them a ball out. You don't realize what happens slowly but surely. There is an energy, there is a force behind everything that has been working slowly but surely. When you see a top labor right, like a movie star come out and burn out Andrew Holness, what more signs do you need? This lady got what do they call it? Social housing. One of the social houses from Andrew. She received one of the keys. And she came out Jamaica and said, Andrew, don't love the Jamaican people. Me not stop play. Almost every day me play. She said them hate the Jamaican people. Not my word. A labor right said that Andrew Holness hate the Jamaican people. What I mean, what else do you want? When a labor right, a top labor right can come to that conclusion. You see what happened with Rosie? Them a try to quell down that the voice note, they like say nothing never happened. But Jamaica, it happened. We all heard the voice note. Rosalie Hamilton said a bag of things about Donovan Williams. And she said worse things was said in the group and it never come out. And you hear the things them that she said. Can you imagine the other worst things that was said? Those are the type of things where you take sleep and mark death, Jamaica. Good morning, Patsy. How are you? Wanna tap up the screen if you me on TikTok. Nobody wait till the thing get nice. If you just do the right thing, I wanna there. Wanna forward, I'm glad to wanna there. No, remember say that they are quoting up. So we don't know what really are going with the Rosie saga. They are court. You understand? It's in court. So alright, so you know, so from the day of court, and we have to just wait for hear what go on. When the hear so no case get thrown out yet. But the case can't get thrown out neither, because guess what? Ladies and gentlemen, everybody hear the voice note. This is a matter where the Integrity Commission have to go investigate. MOCA, JCF, JDF, everybody have to investigate that. Those claims that she made has to be investigated. Right? And we don't understand why Donovan Williams is not in front of the Ethics Committee. But that's not why we're here today, Jamaica. The people in the West, the people that was famished, damaged, lost everything, emotionally, spiritually drained. After 6 months going into 7 months, the people have not seen the type of relief and response from the Jamaica Labour Party. I don't know what the PNP coming to tell us today, you know? But based off the little I've heard from this lady voice note that I played earlier when the show started, if this is what is going on, what appears to be one big old scam, the lady get a placard with $75,000 to put up like so Jamaica. When she's supposed to get 500,000, you know? And them tell her to hold up on placard like this and take a picture, according to what the lady said, with 75,000 on it. Make that make sense? When you say play it again, Chaka, hold on then. Let me play it again. Kind of low, I don't know why, but I play it again still. I play it again. 1 second. I play it again. History. I drew by Missy play it last night. Hold on. See it there.
Crazy or not, witches are born on
advertisement, sorry. Oh my God.
Jamaica full swing. And the Labour Party would have won the election.
Yes, here we go.
It seems as though they don't get it yet. That the people would have chosen to put them back in office, and so they are required to provide the services and the help needed by the people. I want you to listen, Jamaica, to the frustrations that is happening in Hanover. Listen to the frustration, Jamaica.
My name is Bella. Say, Rosemary, I went to the meeting, so I wasn't in a park, over the Anglican Church Hall. They called me, I was called, my name is London, and I went to the meeting. While some of my friends were there, they get $600 on their phone for $500. They asked if I get
Good morning, Jamaica.
The meeting
Thank
start.
you for joining us
The
at
meeting
the
start.
Office of the Leader of the Opposition for another press conference on Jamaica's pressing national issues. Today, we have assembled some of the members of Parliament who represent the hardest hit constituencies in Western Jamaica that took a battering in Hurricane Melissa.
Start this thing again, Papa.
In Westmoreland, today we also speak on behalf of the entire parish of Hanover. We speak on behalf of more than 50% of St. James through South St. James, and later you'll hear from our representative from St. Elizabeth. So the voice amassed today is not a small voice, it's a big voice representing a large proportion of Jamaicans who are still reeling from Hurricane
Here we
Melissa.
go.
We're not yet at a point where we can say like the government that we're resilient and strong. We're still struggling. So today I'm going to invite my colleagues to tell you what is the lived experience on the ground in their constituencies. And I'm going to start with our General Secretary and MP for Eastern Westmoreland, Dr. Dayton Campbell. Thereafter you'll hear from Dwayne Vaz, the MP from Central Westmoreland. Ian Hales, or MP from Western Westmoreland. You then hear from Andrea Perkis, who is from Hanover, and then Nikisha Birchall, South St. James. Zalika Jess from Northeast St. Elizabeth will close the MP's presentation.
Yes.
Thereafter, you hear our policies, a review of the government's policies and our proposals through our spokesperson for housing, that is Dr. Professor Floyd Morris. You will also hear from Dr. Angela Brown-Burke. She will tell you about how the Ministry of Labour and Social Security is handling the crisis. And then our party leader and president of the People's National Party, Mark Golding, will give you the leader's statement on the crisis. Please welcome Dr. Dayton Campbell.
Thank you very much, MP. Good morning, everyone. Eastern Westmoreland is where working in Hanover, we're still having
Cameraman need to fix.
the
Good morning,
main issue of
Elaine.
concern at this point in time, I would say, is still around shelter. We have quite a bit of our constituents
Yes,
who are
cameraman.
still residing in unacceptable conditions. I went to a community by the name of Amity recently with a group that was making a donation. And one of the residents spoke to the condition in which he's living. And what he has to do is to use a tarpaulin and the back of it to prevent some of the wind from coming in is actually the side of a grave.
Wow. What?
That's the reality as to how persons are still living within the constituency. The roof program, as outlined by the government, has not benefited everyone that is affected as yet. I'm still hopeful that those who remain without any level of assistance will receive the assistance in due course. And the way in which it is structured is causing quite a bit of heartache as well. Because the fact that only selected hardwares were chosen has caused some of my constituents, for example, from Betterton, who have to go all the way to Savannah Lamar to get the supplies.
Yes.
They have had to be spending about 80 to 100,000 in transportation.
What?
So just imagine that you've received the 500,000 because you also selected this stuff. But because we did not select a hardware in Betterton or one elsewhere in the Eastern Westmoreland, you have to go all the way across the parish. The transportation cost to bring the goods to where they live has caused them to be losing about 80 to 100,000 over
Jesus, please. Only want that we get a party than the party.
Building material. For persons who were told that they could use this first $75,000 to do other things like this, school fare, buy furniture, whatever it is, Those persons have had to travel to Montego to the remittance companies to try and get the funding from those remittance companies. And that, as you have seen in the media, has been nothing short.
Wicked.
I had a discussions with the Minister of Focus having at least one location in each constituency. Preferably if you could have one location for the hardwares in each division, electoral division. And obviously there are several other remittance companies that are there that you could use that will prevent these persons from traveling all that way. The second issue is that of businesses. To date, we've got some assistance through factories for businesses in the White House. But the rest of the constituents, almost all of the small businesses were decimated, and those persons have not received any assistance at all. And that to me is also unacceptable. Because to get these persons independent, when they can fend for themselves and take care of their families, you want to restore their livelihood as well. And those persons have not received any assistance. In terms of infrastructure, the roads were totally devastated in the constituency. I heard an announcement of a hurricane, post-hurricane road program for $1.3 billion, and $500 million out of it was to be spent in Kingston and St. Andrew, right? And the area in which you have the major devastation, it was less than $100 million. We have not received any allocation for road repair in East.
What?
Some of the areas are impossible still, and you still have areas where it is, as you see in Bluefields, you get areas where there is significant compromise of the roads, which is also affecting even JP's ability to restore electricity. And as I segue to JP's, we have 7,912 total customers in the constituency. 4,073 customers currently have electricity, 3,839 customers don't. So roughly 50% of the customers in Eastern Westmoreland
When I hear better now?
don't have electricity. 6 months? 6 months, approaching 6 months after the hurricane. I think more can be done. And two of the areas, Darmston and Betterton, it is actually a generator that is providing electricity to some of those persons.
We're 150 million there.
So we are far way off from where we should be.
Wow.
I will leave it at that because I know that others will come to the other years.
Good morning, everyone. Let me start with the roofs program. Because every single day we get numerous calls about what is happening. And even this morning on my way here, I spoke to 3 persons who had 3 different situations. One person was assessed physically, allowing persons in her community but still have not heard anything, so one of them know what's happening. Another person who called was
You see, and my fault, the film fault.
but they came into the community, took her information and said they would come back. And no one has came back. And there was this other person who was not assessed any at all, but has been to the NIS office on numerous occasions and was told she just has to wait until they come into the community. These are serious situations that we're having because after 6 months, they have been able to pick up the pieces after such a devastating hurricane. And they are frustrated because they don't know what is really happening with regards to the government assistance. And this is the only substantial program that has been implemented. And the fact is the majority of persons have not been able to receive assistance. And even those who have, the assistance is still inadequate with regards to the type of damage that they got to their houses. Wow. Dayton spoke about the cash grant where persons have to travel all the way to Montego Bay, and that has been frustrating again for the residents who have suffered in Hurricane Melissa, because what they have gone through, they should not have to be going through this now just to get the assistance that they totally deserve.
Yes.
The shelter issue is also another major issue, especially at the Petersfield shelter in central Westmoreland. We still have 41 residents, which include 12 children. I was there on Sunday and again yesterday to visit the residents to hear what they are saying. And the major issue they are having is communication. Because the fact is the government has made so many promises since the passage of the hurricane to them that has not been fulfilled up to today. Wow. The last thing we have heard is that by the 8th of May, they should be moving them to suitable locations. But they are disheartened because every time they hear something, it has not come through. So we're really hoping that this comes through. But the area that they have designated to put these houses, we have not seen much work being done in that area. So I'm really wondering if this May 8th deadline is actually realistic.
Whoa.
But I'm hoping and praying that it really works out. And another issue we're having is that, as I said, with communication, even with myself, the ministry personnel came down, toured the site, and not even the common courtesy to invite the member of parliament, who the people are calling every day, to at least have that part of communication where we can liaise and let persons know what is happening. And I think that is unacceptable. But what is really bothering everybody is the condition that the persons are living in. And when you visit the shelter, it's really disheartening. You really pray and wonder what will happen to these persons. But we're really hoping that this May 8th deadline doesn't pass. And we're also asking the minister to really think about the persons who left the shelter, because persons who would have given, they have given certain ultimatums to leave the shelter at different times. Not everybody stayed, some people left. But if you visit the communities, you see people under tents, literally, because they had to leave the shelter because they thought they would have been thrown out. So they left, but some of them are living in really deplorable conditions.
Wow.
So what I'm saying, the ministry has the information because you took the information from these persons. So if you need help to go and find them, you can also contact me because we know where they are. But persons who have left the shelter, we're also asking to remember them when the housing solutions are being provided. The road situation in central Westmoreland is horrible. And up to yesterday, we had to deal with a protest on the Hartford to Williamsfield main road where persons blocked the road because of the poor conditions. And we understand the frustration they're going through because every day traversing these roads, you damage your vehicle, you damage everything. And they blocked it yesterday. We have promised to do some temporary work, which we are starting today and tomorrow. But it is only a temporary fix, and that is from my own resources. Because at the end of the day, the resources that we're waiting on from the NAA to do patching will not come forth probably until a month or two, because we contacted the NAA yesterday. We heard that we will get a new patching program in the new financial year, but we were not able to get a timeline from them as to what date it will be done. And we have many other areas like this across the constituency where I know people are very frustrated about what is happening. And there's also a bridge situation because we had two bridges that were seriously devastated in the hurricane. That would be adding to one we had before in Fullersfield, but in Frome and Grange, serious deterioration. And the Frome one, we have had two major accidents already. One person died in a bike accident, and then we had a head-on collision after. And in Grange, up to yesterday, a car fell into the area that has been deteriorated. So we're asking the government to move speedily on this because we have not been able to hear from them as to when some serious work will be done in these areas, because we did not see anything in the budget and we have been asking, but we have not been able to get a real response from them. And before I close, just quickly, electricity restoration. Most areas in Central we have gotten electricity, but we have had a lot of pockets in different areas where some sections have light and some don't. And we have been in contact with the members of the JPS, but what is really happening, as they are saying, they are short staff, I guess, because the team that came to assist has left for the most part. So the local team is saying they're short staff with regards to getting the work done. So we're asking if anything can be done to improve the levels of service that the JPS has so they can go out there and quickly restore, because I didn't have electricity for 2.5 months and it was so frustrating. So to imagine being without it for 6 months, it is really unacceptable for where we are in this country, and we should have had that sorted out by now. But I'll leave the other issues to my other MPs who will speak soon. Thank you.
Good morning. Party leader, colleagues, good morning. 6 months after Hurricane Melissa, the people of Western Westmoreland is still suffering. And how are they suffering? For those who have been called by the ministry to collect a check, they're still, majority of them are still waiting as we speak. And if you do get a call to collect a check, most of the citizens from Western Westmoreland have to travel to Montego Bay. Not in Westmoreland, but to St. James. For those that had the little shops on the corner and do a little commercial activity within a lot of our communities, they haven't gotten any assistance as yet from the government. And it is causing some hardship in the constituency of Western Westmoreland. Look, if the story should be told that 6 months after a hurricane, you'd be still waiting from your government to get a level, some kind of assistance, one. And two is that when you leave your home, I think there's no other parish now which have a garbage pile up than the parish of Westmoreland. Something has totally happened since the hurricane where we can't get the garbage in Westmoreland to be collected. So when you come out of your house, you enter the bad road. When you enter the bad road, you're running into garbage. Something has happened somewhere. And I just want to say, look, if the government chooses to neglect the parish of Westmoreland, all the tax-paying citizens of Westmoreland, I haven't received a list from government as yet in terms of who got damaged, who received checks, who's still going over Montego Bay. I haven't received any of that as yet.
What?
In terms of JPS and the constituency of Western Westmoreland,
what the hell is going on?
I'd probably say around 85 to 90% of our citizens have been restored with electricity thus far.
No communication with the
We're having
MP?
a problem also. I think within some schools you have school attendance under decrease because of what is taking place with the parents. For the farmers in Western Westmoreland, I don't think there's 2,000 coconut trees leaving in Westmoreland, period.
What?
And for those that used to go on the roadside, sell a little breadfruit, sell a little coconut just to make ends meet. You have no breadfruit tree anymore and you don't have no coconut tree anymore. And this is leading to a level of, in certain areas, you have increase in criminal activity. I want to appeal to the government. Look, you have 3 members of parliament from Westmoreland. We're willing to work with the government. We wouldn't want to come here today and have a press conference to cry out and bawl out for the people of Westmoreland. We're willing to work with the government. But 6 months and still waiting to get a check or to get your garbage pickup or to get your road fixed is unacceptable in any modern society.
Wow.
So I want to appeal to the Minister of Local Government, to the Prime Minister, and to just ask, how much more can the people of Westmoreland accept or take before they start taking to the streets? And, you know, we're doing a lot in terms of holding down these demonstrations, which plan every single day. You know?
Yeah,
because MP Vaz just spoke about what? I have had to at least basically stop at least 5 or 6 demonstrations because it doesn't do me any good and it doesn't serve the country any good. So once again, I'm asking the government, I'm appealing on behalf of the people of Western Westmoreland, the citizens. We need our garbage to be collected. It is 6 months now.
Wow.
We have been waiting. We need our roads to fix it. 6 months. We have been waiting. Also, I appeal to you. Make we help the people of Westmoreland get over the problems that they're now faced with. Thank you.
No, man. No, man. No.
Good morning, everyone. We are not recovering well in Eastern Hanover. As it relates to the roofs program, I believe a more comprehensive assessment must be done for it to make sense. A number of persons would have left their communities to find shelter after the hurricane. So I am appealing to the minister to extend that period and continue to do some assessments. There is a lack of communication and dissemination of information when it comes on to the general public. And I can cite instances. Miss Angela from Claremont in Sandy Bay Division went down to Lucy to the launch of the roofs program. She posed on stage with a $500,000 check. You can find her picture on the Prime Minister's page. Miss Angela's home fell to the ground. Her shop fell to the ground as well. But let's focus on her home. Miss Angela received $200,000. Miss Angela went to the office in Lucy, the NIS office in Lucy. She was not helped. There must be a better way. There has to be a way to assist persons. If an error is made, there must be a way for it to be corrected. It can't be, we can't help you, nothing can be done, go to your Member of Parliament's office. Another situation with regards to the roofs program, a lady from Chester Castle, she lost her cell phone. She went to the office, she got no help at all. That lady turned up to my office in tears. We must do better.
Whoa.
As it relates to the schools in Eastern Hanover, all 3 high schools have been damaged. No work has started.
Jesus.
At Noculva Technical, we have students from grade 9 to 11 attending for 5 days, grade 7 to 9. They're alternating 2 days, 2 and 3 days weekly. Mount Ward School does not exist anymore.
What?
School is being kept in a church hall.
Oh my God.
Hopewell High, no repair has been done. Merlin Otti, no repair has been done. I am appealing to the Minister of Education to come on the ground in Eastern Hanover.
Wow.
And do it with urgency.
She hasn't been there?
We need your attention in Eastern Hanover.
My God.
With regards to the shelters, we still have 19 persons in shelters in Eastern Hanover. But we are deeply concerned as the hurricane season is around the corner.
Very
and
much
over
so.
90% of our shelters are still damaged.
Very much so.
Road rehabilitation is not happening.
Jamaica, when I hear this,
had
want to share up the line.
horrible road conditions in Eastern Hanover before the hurricane. Spark program and patching 3 roads in the constituency is simply not enough. Again, our roads were very bad before the hurricane.
Yes.
Places like Milestone, Jericho to Cascade, Maryland, Cash Hill, Ramble, Flint River, through Cold Spring to Woodsville. These are areas that need urgent attention. It is not fit for daily commute. As it relates to electricity, most of the constituency got back electricity. We only have a few areas in Chester Castle Division and 1 area in Hopewell Division, Woodsville, that is still in darkness. We have noticed a trend in Eastern Hanover, and I must highlight this. We're on the ground. We know the areas where most of the citizens would have voted for Jamaica Labour Party. We know the areas as well where they would have voted for the People's National Party. In areas like Bessie Baker and Axandas, Pumpkin Bottom, those are strong JLP areas. Beneficiaries have received their monies.
Mighty God.
I am asking you, Minister, what about the other areas?
Mighty
what
God.
about the people in the other areas?
JLP area get money, and PNP area now get money in the Hanover.
They're
the
still
people in the area them.
When Hurricane Melissa came, it did not knock on doors inquiring about political affiliations. It didn't. Before it disseminated, families were displaced. We have persons who still have tarps on their houses. I am asking you to pay attention, Mr. Prime Minister, to all of the people of Jamaica. I am the Member of Parliament for Eastern Hanover. What a disgrace. I am not the Member of Parliament for the citizens in Eastern Hanover that voted for the People's National Party. I challenge you, Mr. Prime Minister, and his cabinet to do same and take care of the Jamaican people.
Mighty God. No man.
Good morning. South St. James represents 53% of the parish of St. James.
What?
The other 4 constituencies share up the other 48%. When Hurricane Melissa made landfall, you would have seen it on every snapshot from National Geographic, the Weather Channel, and our local ODPEM. You could see Cambridge highlighted big. It went directly across the entire South St. James.
Wow.
We are a landlocked constituency. Therefore, we have to go through either Westmoreland, Hanover, St. Elizabeth, Trelawney, or other constituencies in St. James to get into South St. James. And it's quite disheartening to drive on smooth roads in Montego Bay that have been speedily remedied in the center of Montego Bay and then traverse really, really bad roads in your own constituency. We have raised with the government, both in the Standing Finance Committee, through letters to the Minister of Works, as well as to letters to the Minister with responsibility for Labour and Social Security of the conditions in South St. James. The Springmount Main Road, which is in the East Central constituency of St. James, has been rendered impassable. It's now a waterfall. That was the main thoroughfare that we used to get into South St. James. And therefore, constituents must now go through a donkey crawl from gutters to Hampton. Most of that road, again, is not in South St. James, but I have to lobby for representation for it to be fixed because it's just a track. It has precipice along the sides and is really a dangerous route. The residents are threatening to block that road again.
Wow.
And we're asking for some attention from the local government to this road immediately. No, it's not my road, but this is what my constituents must go through. Springmount as well. To enter the constituency through the third route, you have to enter at Sweetwater, Johnson, and that is stairs. Have you ever seen roads broken and degraded to the point where it literally has steps? Cars can't drive on steps.
Mighty God.
We're asking for, if it's even a little mile, so we can have that road passable so that heavy units can come through that location, bringing in relief supplies, bringing in material to rebuild homes, and taking out our agricultural produce to market. I must explain to the constituents of South St. James that the Member of Parliament has not been given the $10 billion the government boasts about for home repairs in South St. James. I don't know. Someone yesterday in Stonehenge, a constituent, said to me, maybe if more JLP MPs were affected by Hurricane Melissa, then the MPs would have been included in the decision and also in the process of getting relief to the constituents. It is sad that a disproportionately higher number of these constituencies are represented by the People's National Party. We're asking that the government relook at this decision to close the roofs assessment database. We are deep rural constituents, and therefore when a hurricane strikes and your home is destroyed, you can't stay there. So the Ministry of Labor can't say, we went to your house and you weren't there. Of course we weren't there, there's no house. Of course we weren't there, we have to be catching with a neighbor. Of course we weren't there, we work in the city. Deep rural constituencies require more care and a better understanding of how we operate. We need a town crier to come into the communities to announce the dates when these representatives from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security is coming around so we can make ourselves available. We also require posters to be printed. They do it when it is politics time. Print some posters, put it on the shop pazer, put it on the light poles so people can know where they can get relief. And for God's sake, please stop directing constituents from the NIS office to the MPs, knowing fully well the MPs cannot assist them with their housing repair. That is the roofs program. Like MP Perkis, I was asked to invite 3 constituents to the symbolic check handing over ceremony, which was held at the West Jamaica Conference in Mount Salem nearly 2 months ago. And if you go on that page, there's a gentleman from my constituency. His name, we call him Manawal. Manawal was cheesing with me and the minister with a check saying $500,000. I asked Manawal to come with me that day and to help the minister to show that the program is working. And we went in good faith. Manawal has not even received a text message up to this point to confirm whether or not he'll be getting that check.
Whoa.
Or if he should have just taken the cardboard sign and taken that to the hardware. I want to tell you about our small businesses in South St. James. Our small businesses, they come to me, our shopkeeper, or contractors, or hairdressers. They say, "Why, the house might be fine, but business stop because we have no roof on our business. Our stock was destroyed. Whatever the storm didn't take, people came and took the rest." When I tell them that the government has not announced any economic assistance for businesses in one of the parishes that has been so badly affected, they say it's liar telling. Because how could a caring government not think about the resuscitation of the economy of a constituency that is so ravaged by this hurricane? Talk about our farmers. Our farms were wiped out. We are the farming constituency in St. James.
Exactly.
We feed Montego Bay. We also contribute to the Falmouth market. The crops were destroyed. We're expecting that a constituency like South St. James would receive a lion's share of any fertilizer, any spray, any seedlings. We've had some trickling of support where agriculture is concerned. And we're surprised that other constituencies that don't even plant corn, yam, tomato are getting big agricultural inputs and not so much South St. James. Finally, I want to speak about the education and the slow pace at which we're restarting in South St. James. So a number of our schools have received letters from the Ministry of Education indicating that they have been approved for sums for the repairs of their schools. Grossly inadequate in a number of these instances. But the biggest challenge is that we are seeing from these deep rural constituencies, contractors and teams of outsiders that we don't know taking camp in our communities, and they are the ones doing all the work on these properties. I implore of the Ministry of Education to understand how the culture works within these communities. You must have a local liaison working with these outside contractors who understand how the wind blow. So if they put on the roof this way, the wind go take it back. You also have to work with the local communities to secure their buy-in.
Makes sense.
You don't want to hear, say, you put down 50 length of steel and you come back tomorrow and it's only 10 because they don't feel like they're a part of it, so they work against it. We're asking you that we do not choose to come here and complain to Jamaica.
Yes.
We've waited almost 6 months
Facts.
because we were giving the process the time to work.
Yes.
But our constituents are
Talk about
losing
it.
their patience.
Talk reasonable, no,
When
Jamaica.
Jamaicans are fed,
Reasonable.
them block roads.
Reasonable. 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 That reasonable Jamaica.
morning.
That
There
reasonable.
are 3 critical issues that have been affecting the constituency of Northeastern St. Elizabeth since Hurricane Melissa. The first issue has been adequately ventilated by my previous colleagues, and that has to do with the issue of housing. Now, it is very clear that many persons have still not been assessed for housing grant or housing assistance in the constituency of Northeastern.
It's just get worse and
see
worse.
Every single time we go to the supermarket, we go on the road, people approach us asking for housing assistance for building material because they didn't even know that the government had set a deadline by which they should apply for assistance.
Jesus
Those who
Christ.
have actually been assessed,
No.
many of those who have been assessed have actually not received a benefit They haven't received anything from Housing Trust. They haven't received anything from Trans-Jamaican Highway, which has assisted some persons through that program. They haven't received any form of governmental assistance whatsoever. And those who have received assistance will tell you that it is simply woefully inadequate. What they're getting, the little mickle, can't put on back a roof. It can't fix up back the window, it can't put on back a door because it's just not sufficient. And so I always pause and hesitate when I attend conferences of this nature, because I understand the role of the spin doctors and the PR pros who will make it appear as though here goes the People's National Party once again asking for more money. And so I want to make it clear that we're not asking for more money for ourselves. We're asking for additional resources through whatever avenue the government deems best suited for those persons to get assistance. And we ask on behalf of the people like the elderly lady I saw a few days ago in Pepper, whose house blew down and she have to catch with her neighbors. I ask on behalf of the people in Balaclava, in Silo, in Thornton, who get a little bit of assistance, but them still out a door because they can't, it's just not sufficient to put on back or to build back sufficiently. And so we come here this morning once again to really ask the government as a matter of urgency to, one, revisit that application period that was stipulated, extend the time period for persons to apply for housing assistance, building material assistance, and also to increase the funding so that those persons who are affected can actually get a meaningful contribution and not just some token contribution that does nothing and doesn't even move the needle. Now, as it relates to the second issue plaguing the constituency of Northeastern St. Elizabeth, it has captured national attention in recent days, and that is the flooding in Santa Cruz. But the truth is, this is a recurring issue. It is a long-standing issue. The town of Santa Cruz has been flooded from before I was even born. And it continues to be flooded now, but it has increased in frequency, and the devastation has now quadrupled since Hurricane Melissa.
Wow.
The harsh reality is that the drainage network is insufficient. It is antiquated. It has not kept a pace with the massive development that has happened in the town of Santa Cruz. And so what do we get? We get the town being flooded every single time it rains. It floods because we don't have adequate drainage. And so the town of Santa Cruz is now the drain. Back Street, or as my councillor Donovan Pagan would remind me, Sydney Pagan Drive, is now the drain, because there isn't a sufficient drainage system to channel the water from the hills of Santa Cruz, which constantly inundate the town, mashing up the roadwork. And so it is now causing a recurring expenditure, recurring expense on the national purse for the government to constantly be fixing back the road. Instead of wasting taxpayers' resources, I'm using this opportunity to call on the government to put in place a meaningful plan once and for all that will solve the drainage and flooding issue that plagues Santa Cruz. And calling on the government to establish as a matter of urgency a multi-agency task force which comprises representatives from the parish council, national works agencies, the political representatives such as the councillor, the member of parliament, community members. And I ask for this inclusion because community members, the local representatives, have intimate knowledge, local knowledge, almost indigenous knowledge of where you can find some of the old drains we used to channel the water. And so it is important to have a broad-based consultation, not just where the NWA comes in and fix one little drain in a Santa Cruz and then rainfall and we flood out again. We need a multi-agency task force to be set up with a view to presenting a viable solution to fix the issue of flooding in the town of Santa Cruz once and for all. Balaclava was flooded a few days ago as well. There isn't sufficient resources. I've reached out to the National Works Agency. They tell me they don't have the money to do drain cleaning at the moment. We need a routine maintenance of the drains in Balaclava so that the town don't flood whenever rain falls. As it relates, finally, to the issue of roads, and I do not propose to speak very long on this, but my constituents would not forgive me, especially the people in Good Hope, in Park Mountain, Bogue, where the road is splitting in two. They would not forgive me if I do not appeal to the government to conduct emergency road repair as it relates to our constituency, but especially the constituencies, because I don't wish to be selfish, the constituencies which have been devastated by Hurricane Melissa. We have seen deadly roadways emerging after the hurricane. And so a special plan needs to be in place to address these issues. It can't just be done through routine patching. There has to be a structured and comprehensive approach to fixing the craters that exist, the bridges that are tumbling down, the roads that are collapsing. We need urgent assistance. And so I use this opportunity not to criticize, not to complain, but to say that this is really a cry for help. This is a cry for help for the people of northeastern St. Elizabeth who have suffered devastation following Hurricane Melissa. It is a cry for help, for urgent housing assistance and building material to be provided to those who are still without a roof 6 months after the hurricane. It is a cry for help for the business community, the residents of Santa Cruz who constantly are flooded with very little rainfall, which disrupts and brings business and economic activities to a halt. It is a cry for help for those along the Lapovia to Burn Savannah main road who are fearful of being washed away like how the water washed away the bike a few days ago. This is a cry for urgent assistance and intervention so that people can actually build back better. Thank you.
Wow. Jesus. This is a lot. I'm not telling no lie. It's worse than everything when we did think.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, party leader. My colleagues have spoken passionately about the challenges they face. One of the thoughts going through my head as I listened is that we need a government that ensures that there is a plan so that elected members of parliament don't have to rely on a hope and a prayer. 6 months after Hurricane Melissa devastated communities in Western Jamaica, there are just too many families who remain stranded in the ruins, not just of their homes, but of a recovery system that has failed them miserably. Today, all of us you see here, we are standing with those affected communities, urging immediate government action on systemic shortcomings, recovery gaps, and the urgent need for transparency. The official reports indicate that over 25,000 homes were damaged and 15,000 families displaced. The Ministry of Labor, through their roofs program, and in terms of what they're doing, the failure that we're seeing is therefore simply unacceptable. What is clear is that the processing grants on the roofs has faltered badly. The majority of affected families, as you would have heard, are unaware of their status and actually have no reliable system like a dedicated hotline or an online portal to ask questions or get updates.
Terrible.
And so the request, the ask, that there is a system that allows individuals to actually come forward if they have not been assessed is one that is real. But first, they also have to know they have not been assessed, because the minister assured me that they don't have to be there on the ground to be assessed. And therefore, if individuals came into the community, I am going to assess if I live in that community. I am going to believe that I have been counted. If there's no way to determine who has been counted and who have not been counted, then it means that there's a big gap that should rest on the conscience of a government that has been elected to take care of its people. The current system being used, as you would have heard, create further distribution barriers, forcing rural residents to face long trips, as you would have heard, multiple visits, each costing money and time that could have been better used. These issues don't affect one parish, but the story is the same across several parishes, which therefore points to a systemic breakdown that real families endure every day. What is now clear as well is that the broader recovery also lags way behind the promises that were made by the government. In fact, many of us would have remembered that they committed at least 12,000 homes by January for grants and 2.5 billion in aid. Yet, we are learning that only 3,200 grants have been delivered, with 70% of the affected parishes still awaiting meaningful assistance. By any measure, by any yardstick, this is woefully inadequate. For those who have been assessed and have actually received grants, there's also still some clarity that is required. So, for example, how does a family whose house has been totally destroyed end up on the list of those getting $70,000 rather? How do they get on that particular list and not on the 500,000 list? How do individuals who live in a community, a yard with several houses, see their neighbors receiving grants and cannot get a response from the ministry, from the NIS office, from the parish office about where they fall, if they do, on any of those lists? And I suspect that for many of those, the issue of clustering is something that needs to be looked at. The issue of our ministers having an understanding about how everyday Jamaicans live and what constitutes a household becomes also something that we have to look at. This morning on the news, I heard a statement from the minister saying that they are only giving one grant to a household. And that's fine if that were to be true, because others will tell you that it's not. But let's assume that that is true. Then the question becomes, how do we define a household? And from everything that I'm picking up from the ground, some households have been made invisible by the system that the government is using.
Whoa.
And I'm being generous. Because others would say that some households have been made invisible because of the politics.
Mighty God.
The public has not been provided with explanations about the shortfalls that we are seeing. We have gotten no firm timelines to complete the distribution.
Why?
And the result is that citizens who bear the burden are once again left in the dark and without answers. So today, we are talking. Sometimes you get the sense that the government really wants from the opposition for us to be on our knees and to be begging for our constituents to get their just compensation. The Prime Minister says from time to time that the opposition only talks. The truth is that's our role, because we are in opposition.
Bingo.
We are not the government in charge of government resources.
Bingo.
Although many of you would have seen a lot of efforts that were done through charities and collaboration. But yes, we are talking, and we will continue to talk until we see action taken. Let's talk a little bit about the WePay system, which was launched on January 30th with the National Payment Corporation of Jamaica for $500 million in disbursements, but which is obviously nowhere ready for broader rollout. What we have seen so far, that it has been operational about 20%. We have seen payouts funneled through one lone Montego Bay Western Union. Is that system set up and ready to serve other parishes? I believe that's a question we ask, and that's a response that we require, because we believe that it is wicked and unjust to pretend that this limited pilot can serve Jamaica-wide needs, with families in St. Elizabeth, in St. Anne, in Hanover, in Westmoreland, in St. James, who are still in limbo. In fact, my information is that there are parishes where nothing has been put in place for it to be rolled out in those parishes.
What?
There's no QR code for anybody to get. Yeah, the back office isn't ready. And so what we're asking for is for the pretenses to end and for the government to come clean and tell us what is happening. If there are issues, let Jamaica know. Let those who are waiting on the government that was elected to know where you are and why it is that you are where you are and where we go for further. And so today we call upon the government to act decisively, to expedite the approval of roof grants with fully operational query hotlines and online portals that allow Jamaicans to ask questions and to get answers. We're also asking for WePay to be activated nationwide without further delay. And as I said earlier, we're asking for detailed parish by parish timelines and shortfall explanations. We want a commitment to weekly public reports on remedies and progress. No vague promises. We want deliverable, measurable results, or the government needs to move out of the way those who have been tasked with this responsibility, who are obviously failing. We are aware that Minister Charles is in Finland as we speak, and there is an 8 hours time difference.
Wow.
So I would urge the minister to stay up tonight and to put in some work on behalf of Jamaicans who have been left devastated. To the minister, we say it's time to prioritize people over public relations. Jamaica's recovery depends on accountable, transparent, and fair leadership. And since we're talking about accountability and transparency, Jamaicans are also asking about the Support Jamaica portal that was launched to mobilize donations and ensure accountability. Although the site is supposed to provide real-time tally of funds raised, this is not visible from the dashboard. And so the government needs to indicate where that information can be accessed, how do Jamaicans track donations received, and how those donations are being disbursed. Too many Jamaicans are suffering without a meaningful pathway to restore order and dignity to their lives and those of their children. Every time, I just want you, as I leave, to leave you with this picture. Every time rain falls, or rain even set up, in many of these communities, these individuals relive the trauma of Melissa. I am asking Jamaica to be vocal about it, to ask the government if they are okay with that level of trauma day in, day out with Jamaicans who have done nothing wrong for which they should be punished, who elected a government that they thought would be able to act transparently, fairly, and on time.
Come on,
what we need is action now, not a bag of noise.
Only one Angela Brownberg. Believe, just believe the man. One Angela Brownberg.
Ladies and gentlemen, leader of the opposition, colleague parliamentarians, and members of the media, pleasant good morning to you all. We in the People's National Party are subscribed to the fundamental view that shelter is a right to our citizens. And as such, we believe that after a natural disaster such as Hurricane Melissa, that it is the duty of the government to restore to near normalcy as possible to every citizen that has been affected in terms of their homes. These are individuals who have labored and toiled to build their houses. Some have thrown their partners, some have done their round robin. And within 30 minutes, based on the hurricane, their investment were destroyed.
Yeah.
It's not a fault of theirs, it's natural disaster.
There you go.
But any caring government
Anyone
is going to move with alacrity.
That's right.
To ensure that these individuals get as much assistance as possible to build back their homes. And we have seen and heard talks and promises from the 29th of October, the day after the hurricane, about the extent of assistance and support for Jamaicans in the affected parishes with their homes. And very little has been done based on what my colleagues have articulated. A peep into some of the available data tells me that 113,000 individuals have been assessed thus far. Of that number, 42% suffered minor damage, registered or assessed with minor damage, 40% major damage, and 18% severe damage. That means their houses were totally destroyed. I want to look primarily at the latter figure of 18% because 18% of 113,000 amounts to approximately 20,000 households. My mathematical calculations, based on the policy articulated by government, says that those individuals would receive $500,000 because they would fall in the category of severe damages or total destruction. That is $10 billion. The government announced a program for $10 billion. So that means the 20,000 individuals who have suffered severe damage would have eaten up all of the funds allocated by the government.
Whoa.
And then the others would have nothing to get. And so we have heard a whole lot of figures being bantered about by the government in terms of how much they have raised in the history of Jamaica. Over $1 trillion. But yet still, one of the areas that has been severely damaged, houses, $10 billion. And I want to call upon the government to make sure that the appropriate resources are allocated to deal with this crisis that we have on our hand. Because if we are talking about building back better and restoring to normalcy our people where shelter is concerned, $10 billion is not going to cut it. It might be a start, but we'll be fooling ourselves if those 113,000 individuals or the 20,000 with severe damages to their homes would be getting any assistance. And I want to touch on an area that from about November of last year, the government has signaled to the country that they will be providing some 5,000 container homes to individuals who have been affected in the hurricane. They have moved to tell us that those houses would be in the island by January. January came and gone. We heard in March that the houses would be here. It is now
still not there.
April.
Still not there.
It is now April. My question to the Prime Minister and the Minister with responsibility for housing, where the house them there?
My God.
Where the house them there? Poor people in Culloden need the houses. Poor people in Petersfield need the houses. Poor people in Jericho need houses. We can't allow our brothers and sisters that we talk about, say we care about them, to be living in the deplorable conditions that they are in post-Hurricane Melissa. And then we make promises to deliver 5,000 houses, and all know we can't see one of those houses being delivered to the people based on the commitment of the government of Jamaica. I'm not talking about what other institutions have done. I'm not talking about what the private sector has done. I'm talking about the specific program that the government has said that they are going to be obtaining 5,000 container homes to deliver to the people of Jamaica that have been affected by Hurricane Melissa. We need to know where the house them there. And finally, one of the major problems that we have seen during the hurricane is the issue of land tenure. And the government said that it would address it during the recovery effort. Because a lot of the houses, especially in Westmoreland, were built on lands that were leased by the people. And so they couldn't build a permanent structure. And we know what happened with that and the hurricane. I want to know from the government, in this post-Hurricane Melissa recovery effort, what measures have been put in place to ensure that when a man gets the $500,000 check, they don't build back in the same situation that would contribute to them seeing their houses being destroyed. It is the duty of the government to ensure that the people get access to land to build back better than before. The leader of the opposition, my leader, have committed to ensure that we free up some of the lands and make the land available to those individuals who are living on government-owned land, to make sure that we create an access mechanism for those individuals by changing the requirement, the time frame in which individual could apply for those land in terms of tenureship. We want to know, where is the government on these issues? Because if it is that we don't take into consideration land tenure, we are not going to be building back better, and we are not going to be building back stronger. I say to the government of Jamaica, come forward, come clean, and tell the people of Jamaica the truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleague, MPs and senators. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, those listening in. I thank you for joining us this morning on this important discussion on the state of play in Jamaica in mid-April after Hurricane Melissa hit our country on 28th October 2025. I called this press conference today, this morning, because the government intends to take the NARA legislation in the House this afternoon. And the NARA bill seeks to establish an entity in law which has been announced but is not yet effectively operational because it has no legal basis. And is supposed to be the agency to drive the recovery of the country from the damage caused by this terrible hurricane that hit us in October. NARA is going to be set up to oversee the implementation of projects approved by Cabinet. The legislation has an array of issues which commentators have highlighted and which the opposition will also use the opportunity this afternoon to speak to. This is not the time for that. But I made the point that if you look at what is happening in our country now, the government has dropped the ball, and the people of Jamaica and the economy of Jamaica are suffering as a result of the government's ineptitude in managing the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. In the few months, in the last quarter of 2025, when Jamaica was inundated with local and overseas NGOs, well-wishers, providing relief to our people, food distribution, other forms of assistance, things were appearing to be on track for recovery. However, that time has passed, and the glaring gaps in Jamaica's response to the disaster have been laid bare. The government's primary program for addressing the shelter crisis occasioned by Hurricane Melissa, the roofs program, is hopelessly inadequate and is being incompetently administered. We have heard from the MPs the horror stories of those who were promised and have not received any support or the support that they were promised. The difficulties of access, the lack of comprehensive coverage of people who are in desperate need of help. Tens of thousands of Jamaican families are living in a post-Melissa environment where they lack habitable shelter in which they can rebuild their lives. This is a deplorable situation which ought to be the focus and priority of the government at this time. Yet, in his budget presentation, the Prime Minister didn't speak to it at all.
At all.
And if you look at the design of NARA and its focus, that is not what NARA is being established to tackle. This is an urgent and present need which must be addressed. The $10 billion under the roof program, less than a third of 1% of GDP, less than 10% of the immediately available resources that Jamaica could draw down under its disaster risk financing framework, is hopelessly inadequate to meet the challenges presented by Hurricane Melissa to the housing stock of the country, especially in the worst affected parishes, but not uniquely to those parishes, because there are pockets of deprivation and shelter damage all over the country which are not being addressed. This situation has to be resolved. Furthermore, the methodology employed in ROOF has not built within its design anything to ensure a more resilient approach to the reconstruction of these houses. What is happening is that people who, I would say close to 100% of them, are uninsured, who have suffered either a total loss of their homes or substantial damage to their homes or enough damage to warrant assistance and are uninsured, are getting a fractional payment in the form of a grant of materials with a cash component, which is very difficult to access, but with no guidance, no support to ensure that the methodologies used to rebuild their homes comply with even a basic set of standards to build a more resilient shelter for themselves. Therefore, we are just repeating and compounding the lack of resilience in the housing stock which existed prior to Melissa. This is poor management, poor policy. I was thinking when I was hearing of the horror stories about accessing the roof grants, why it is that this has become such a debacle. When in the COVID crisis, there was a range of grant programs created where data was uploaded and people were able to receive funds in their bank accounts or through the remittance agencies. Yes, the amounts were relatively small and we complained about that, but the methodology of distribution was worked through then. It seems that we've completely abandoned that template and have gone back to another system which is not working efficiently, which I gather was not put through any proper competitive bidding process, and which is now not giving the results that the people need. This is absolutely unsatisfactory. So we have a situation where people who are in desperate need of assistance are receiving a fraction of what they need. They're going to be using those funds to stretch it as best they can, which means the cheapest solutions will be pursued, not the ones that will be lasting. So we are not building any form of resilience into the rebuilding effort after Melissa. And we're just going to find ourselves back to square one if we have the misfortune of another bad weather event. The other thing I wanted to mention at this time is the situation with the Middle East and the war. We are now approaching the end of the second month of that conflict. We have seen the price of fuel at the pump going up week after week after week. We have been told by major corporate distributors and wholesalers in the food trade that food prices are going to start going up as well. It is going to flow through to other critical inputs, fertilizers, chemicals, medications, all of the different products, plastic-related products that have some form of petrochemical base in them.
Whoa.
Everything is going to be impacted by this. The government has been completely silent as to their response to this incipient crisis on the people. There's no provision in the budget for any form of assistance. We heard from Petrojam that it has cost them, I think, $5 million US to mid-March from not having passed on the full dollar impact of the increase in oil prices that they have been incurring. But they have been making losses for the last few years, so they're in no position to finance that form of subsidy, and they're going to be depending on government for a bailout there. There's no bailout for them in the budget. And you know, the last PNP administration had the foresight of entering into an oil hedging program to protect Jamaica from what we are seeing now. It was funded by a special tax that was dedicated to financing that oil hedging program, which is essentially an insurance policy that if oil prices go above a certain figure per barrel, Jamaica gets a cash payment to cover that cost. This government discontinued that program, abandoned that insurance, but kept the tax in place and has been using it as part of the general revenue of the country. So now that we're facing the horror of oil prices at around $100 a barrel, when the budget was cast at an assumption of $60 a barrel. We are facing that with no protection, but the tax very much still in place and being paid by motorists, by consumers of electricity, and everyone in the society who pays tax effectively. This is a deplorable situation, and the government needs to come out and speak to how they intend to manage the impact of this cost of living crisis that is unfolding on the Jamaican people. Are we going to see any targeted relief for PATH beneficiaries? Are we going to see any targeted relief for Melissa victims? People who have already suffered massive damage to their homes and inadequate assistance in resolving their shelter needs are now going to be impacted by a cost of living crisis. What is to be done about them? What is to be done in terms of more general relief, especially for low-income families who will be having to bear the cost of increased prices for everything that they consume? The government has been silent. Many other governments around the world have already put measures in place to protect their populations. Ours has remained mum. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will close there. I thank everybody for participating and listening. And as I said, we wanted to put on record our assessment of what is facing the country at this time in the aftermath of Melissa, when the government seeks to pass the NARA legislation, which is their centerpiece structural effort to ensuring Jamaica's recovery, but which will not address the clear and present needs of our society, which the government is hopelessly ignoring and leaving the people feeling abandoned, hopeless, and in despair. Thank you for listening.
If you visit our website at www.pnpjamaica.org, under the Hurricane Relief portal, we had an expenditure of all the monies we've raised to support families in distress as a result of Hurricane Melissa. It's a full accounting of both revenue and expenditure. Therefore, we are living up to our standards of accountability.
Only hear that Oceanwide don't come ask PNP about no money. Hurricane money. Go look on the website.
We will open the floor for questions.
Thank you very much.
If you are online and you wish to pose a question, please use the raised hand icon. We will acknowledge you. When the mic is open, please state your name, the media house you represent, and proceed with your question. If you prefer to type the question in the chat, please go ahead and do so, and we will read that question for you. If you're in the room and you have a question, please indicate by a raised hand, and we'll take the microphone to you. Same procedure applies.
Morning, I'm Jamila Maitland from TVJ. It's as if the members of parliament were completing each other's sentences about the roofs program. What is an appropriate timeline for an extension? Has that been discussed to say, what is it that people need in order to apply? What are they saying? And two, the senator gave a breakdown of the damage assessment, right? With the 18% almost eating up the entire budget. Was the assessment, that's a $10 billion. Does the opposition believe that the assessment done, or the monies, that's a $10 billion, was done preemptively? Because we're now seeing more people benefiting, and especially that 42% and 40% of the minor and major damages not being included. And if I can squeeze one more in, at the Petersfield High School, that's where majority of shelteries are. What role has the Member of Parliament played, if any, with the relocation? And more specifically, do you know if the shelteries were prioritized for the roofs program?
Thank you for your questions. I'll take the first. Senator Floyd will follow.
Good questions.
And MP Vaz.
Good questions.
We have not discussed a timeline for what we believe is an acceptable period by which the government should extend the program. What we are consistent is that they ought to reopen it, but also give the information to the constituents so they know when, where, and how they can access relief. So if it's even a week that you extend it by, or 3 months, as long as people know, visit these locations at this time, and you will get assistance this way or that way. We're asking for openness, transparency, and communication.
That is reasonable.
We also need to know who is already on the list.
That is
and the
reasonable.
MPs can serve a great purpose in assisting with this.
That is
the government
reasonable,
will share with us who has already benefited, who is left to benefit, who won't benefit at all. That will increase our opportunity to assist our constituents in getting the information.
That reasonable, Jamaica.
Senator.
Before Floyd speaks, I just want to make the point that the roofs program was a program under the budget for last fiscal year.
Whoa.
That ended in March. That was an allocation under that. There's no provision in the budget for this year.
Whoa.
For, as I recall, any extension of roofs. But the truth is that roofs was inadequate, is inadequate, needs to be extended because there are huge unfilled and unmet needs which must be addressed. There are persons who didn't, especially elderly people or more vulnerable people, who didn't know about the program at all. I get messages from people, I got one this week from an elderly lady living near St. Anne's Bay, saying she don't know nothing about this roof thing and her house popped down and she's getting wet every time it rains and she's suffering. I'm sure there are many cases of that nature. So it needs to be reopened, it needs to be funded, and it needs to be made accessible through information being disseminated through channels which have been shown to work in the past, where people can access the information, and where people who don't know what's going on can find out what's going on. That was totally lacking in the roofs thing. I mean, I have sent WhatsApp messages to the minister asking how the cash component, which was announced that you could get a portion of the $200,000 grant in cash, $75,000, how you access that, because people in my constituency who got damaged and got assessed went to the hardware and couldn't access the money. He told me to get back to me. Twice I asked him. I just checked disappearing messages. That's all gone, but I haven't received the response. And that's kind of typical as to how they operate.
Wow. Wow.
Okay. All right, thank you. For clarity, I want to make it abundantly clear that I'm not saying that those who got minor damage or major damage will not get any support from the government. What I pointed to was that the 18% constitute 20,000, and when you do the calculation, that 20,000 would have eaten up the entire $10 billion if they got it. Yeah. So I want to make that clear. As it relates to the second issue that you raised, I can't speak to how the government came about with this figure of $10 billion, because it seems as if they just plucked it out of a hat. And I don't know if that is how public policy should be formulated. When there were estimates and projection that between 160 to 180,000 individuals across the island suffered some form of damage from their houses. I checked on the GIS website and from there. So if it is that those were the projection, and a part of it is that 25,000, as my colleague Angela Brownberg pointed out, Dr. Angela Brownberg pointed out, 25,000 of those were totally damaged houses. The government should have had a better indication, using its own numbers, as to what would be a reasonable figure to use in order to start up this program. And then My leader pointed out the amount of monies that the government has said that it has mobilized internationally. And it has said that it is the biggest amount of funds in the history of Jamaica. But when you look at the amount that is allocated to housing, which is one of the biggest areas of impact from the hurricane, and only $10 billion has been allocated for that, it means that somebody is short-sighted, and it is not Floyd Morris.
Mighty God.
Before Dwayne addresses your last question, I just want to add one other point. MP Dayton Campbell, Dr. Dayton Campbell, pointed out that small businesses, which proliferate Jamaica and are really the backbone of the economy, have received no real support since Melissa. Many of those businesses suffered severe damage, stock wiped out, the structures that the businesses are conducted from, damaged, some destroyed, and so on. You're not going to have the economy returning to robust levels or achieving. I can't say returning because we haven't had robust levels of growth for a long time in this country. But you're not going to see the economy bouncing back the way it should unless there's a program of support to stimulate activity at that level of the economy. That should be a priority. When you talk about 6.7 billion US of resources that you're trumpeting that you've raised, and yet you're spending 60 million US on housing when the housing stock of the country has been perhaps the biggest asset class of damage, largely uninsured. That shows that to me a lack of care and concern and poor policy judgment. What are all these resources going to be used for then? What about the infrastructure of the country, the terribly damaged roads that are preventing people from conducting business, preventing JPS from reaching communities to restore light and making our farmers suffer and our people suffer? There should be an infrastructure restoration project being rolled out now and a housing program being rolled out now. These are critical things. Small business support program being rolled out now. 6 months pass. Time come to see some progress in this area. The people need it. And you're already seeing the signs of social dislocation with people starting to block roads in various parishes and so on in frustration. As the cost of living hit happens, you can only expect that people are going to be more and more frustrated. Well, it's a very serious situation which needs to be addressed. And the next hurricane season is almost upon us. And that is how we're going to be entering it, with our house not in order at all.
In many different ways, not just physically, spiritually as well.
Right, with regards to the question about the priority of the roofs program for the residents at the shelter, or who was at the shelter. They were promised that they would be prioritized, but there is no evidence of that. And for the persons who are currently at the shelter, none of them are actually on the roofs program. They have not heard anything about that. They weren't assessed because, again, with the concern about going out in the communities when persons aren't there, if they were at the shelter, they didn't know when their persons would have assessed their community, so most of them were not assessed. So they're not on that program. And based on what we are seeing so far, as I said, there is no urgency with regards to getting those persons in a suitable accommodation. From my standpoint as Member of Parliament, what we can do, as we have been doing, is to lobby for these people on a continuous basis. From the government standpoint, we have not gotten any sufficient resources to relocate anybody because the funds we got cannot offer relocation services. It's just basically to provide some material for some persons, and that's from last year. And it was a maximum of 100,000 for each person. So you will understand that's a drop in the bucket for what needs to be done to repair or to rehabilitate a house. What we have done though, through private individuals, we have been able to secure 2 houses in my constituency for 2 persons, 2 families who were at the shelter before. So we are trying to continue on that basis to see how many persons we can assist in that vein. But as you know, a lot of constituencies were affected, a lot of persons are lobbying to these same private individuals. So we are lucky that we got at least 2 for those in shelters to actually let them be able to relocate. But that is the only way that we have been able to do it, is through the private individuals, because what we have gotten from the government is not sufficient. But we'll continue to lobby to the government and to Jamaica and to everybody who is listening. To any way you can assist us, please do, because what we're getting from the government is simply not enough.
Just a quick follow-up for MP Vaz. There was a report recently by the JTA president, and I asked in that vein about reports of sexual indecency at the Petersfield High School, and that's because it's being used as a shelter. Are you aware of any such reports? And you know, what's happening there?
Well, up to yesterday when I was there were persons from child services who were there to investigate. I don't have much information because we are awaiting the investigations before we make public comments on that.
I'm not sleep, you know, just to make sure I'm up for this.
I just want to make one point. I'm glad that MP Nikisha Burchell mentioned that on our website you can find an accounting of the cash and kind that we were able to raise for Melissa support and how those funds were expended. And if there are any questions on the details of that, they can be directed to our treasurer, Keisha Anderson, who provided that accounting. I'm calling on the government to provide full and comprehensive accounting for all funds received from donors since Hurricane Melissa. I know that diaspora groups are anxious to see an accounting for all the funds that they provided through the government portals. I myself participated at the request of Minister Grange in a telethon to encourage people to give through their portals. There has been no proper accounting for any of those resources. In fact, what we have seen is fundraising events. I can think of one in Florida where funds were routed through a US NGO with which a minister of government has an association.
Mighty God.
I can't see how that was an appropriate way for handling hurricane relief, where the government of Jamaica is part of the promotion of the event to raise funds. And I hear the Prime Minister's up in New York to beg more resources from the diaspora.
Jesus.
I hope that whoever is there will demand of them, of the government, of him, a fulsome accounting for everything that has been received so far and how those funds have been utilized.
Mighty God.
And I would just close my little intervention now by saying what you can see from the way this government is operating is that they're in la-la land. The level of destruction and sufferation and deprivation in the areas which were affected by the hurricane remains real, and all we can hear is high percentages of this being restored and that being dispersed and so on. But the impact on the people's lives and residual suffering that people are facing is not being addressed.
Jesus.
Morning again. Jesus. Liver and Barrett, the Gleaner, thanks. Dr. Campbell indicated in his presentation that in relation to transportation costs and so on, eating into the roof grants.
It look like Ocean Wide no come on this press conference because they would have asked questions long time.
With the ministry or the minister about having those hardwares being more centrally located, or at least in each division. You did not indicate, Mr. Campbell, the response you got from the ministry or the minister.
Hey, good question, my boss.
Two, I've heard all the MPs speak about the need for the extension of the ROOTS program.
Come back. Hold on.
What I have not heard is a sort of coordinated or a figure in terms of how many constituents or how many residents in the constituency is represented here, that you can, if you have a database of the persons who might benefit from, if in these constituencies that are represented here, if you have a total figure of the people who could benefit under the rules program. And then if I might digress, Mr. Goling, for you, the critics have said, Mr. Goling, that the issue with Jackden and Mr. Gordon is not so much on the finance side, it is on the issue of a principle of a company being involved in transactions that the authorities believe circumvent the law. Critics have said that. I wanted to hear you on that. And also, if you could tell the public, when you say the matter is before the party's integrity commission, what should the public understand? What timelines are you giving them when that will be ventilated before that internal body? And what should the public expect insofar as what the integrity commission might do in relation to that matter?
Thank you, Laverne. I'll address the questions about what this press conference was called for, but I see you've gone beyond that. Yes, my first message on that topic to the minister was on February 25, 2026. He didn't respond to that. I sent a follow-up on March 2, 2026. Didn't respond to that either. I spoke to him about it in the lunchroom at the Parliament, and I asked him the question at the Standing Finance Committee as well, when we were examining the budget. And he said that they would look at it. This is Minister Pernell Charles Jr. that we're speaking about. And it is obvious that just based on how rural Jamaica is structured, and I know that MP Burchell was at pains to communicate that to persons, that rural Jamaica is much different from the urban spaces. You may have somebody that lives in the constituency and they live 2 hours away from somebody else within the same constituency, or even 3 hours away from somebody else in the same constituency. So if you're coming from, say, Berkshire, which is way up on the northwest border with St. Elizabeth, and you have to go all the way down to South to get some material, easily you can see it will cost $80,000 or $100,000 to transport it. If you were, however, going to a hardware in Darlington or in Betheltown, then you would save significantly and you'd be able to get more material. And the problem is, and I think Dr. Morris said it, and the lead as well, the problem is that based on how it is structured, most people are being called upon to just build back board houses, which is putting them in a very precarious position should another event take place. And we know that something else will take place. We hope it's no time soon, but eventually it will. And if you are not putting persons in a position for them to build a proper structure, then you're going to have that problem. The second issue is in relation to those who should benefit. So when this process started, we tried as best as possible to communicate to our constituents about them using the self-assessment form, about them going to the Ministry of Labour, and then we spoke to persons within the ministry. A few of the chief technical directors were responsive, I must say, at least to me, and we were able to submit the communities to them for them to go to the areas. What we do not know, which is what the complaint is, if we haven't gotten that final list to say that in your constituency, these are the number of persons that were assessed, these are the persons that are severe, these are the ones that are major, these are the ones that are minor. And it links back to the point that Professor was making. If the allocation, the severe category would use up all of the allocation and they have given to persons who have minor and major, it simply means that everybody in the severe cannot benefit. because you would have exhausted the funds, right? So that is a problem that we are having, that you have persons who have been totally destroyed. They were assessed, but they have not received anything. And those persons are still living in inhumane conditions.
Wow.
And so the appeal really to the government is to just have a heart, man. Think of these persons that, but for the grace of God, it could have been any one of us, you know.
Wow.
I just wanted to add to the clarification being given by Dr. Campbell, that which is why we keep saying that apart from opening the period and allowing individuals to self-report or to be assessed, the information as to what currently exists needs to be shared and shared widely. You would have heard MP Ian Hayes say, although the minister said that every MP has gotten a list, that he has not gotten a list.
Wow.
Some persons have gotten a list, they don't know if it is half, if it is a quarter, or if it is just a couple more left to be done, or how many. And that, I believe, it is the transparency and the accountability portion that is absolutely missing, which means that even if we were to get more time for persons to report, we still wouldn't know where we are.
Yes, on the matter you raised, Laverne, as it stands now, the Auditor General's report focused on the University Hospital and their administrative weaknesses and issues arising therefrom. So there was no direct judgment as to the conduct of anyone else. However, we know what has taken place so far. It was in that context that I thought it appropriate, especially since there are ongoing investigations, I think, by the Integrity Commission, that the action which has been taken should be taken. In terms of the, and I mean by us on our side, in terms of the Party's Integrity Commission, that is an internal body that advises the leadership of the party on matters to do with ethics and integrity by, they can investigate within the parameters available to them. They can at least dispassionately assess what happened and how they feel it should be dealt with. So, you know, that is what will happen there. I can't give you a direct time frame for that. And they report to me as party leader. And based on what their findings are and what their recommendations are, I will then consider the situation in the light of that. But that's essentially an internal party process, which is going to be, it's being pursued and will help to guide my decision-making going forward. But that Integrity Commission was set up under Portia Simpson Miller and has helped the party. For example, they vet our candidates before a candidate is approved to represent the party, whether at the local government level or at the national level. They have to go before that committee, submit a fulsome fit and proper report and a face questioning on that before a recommendation is then made to the leader as to whether or not that person should go forward. And so it's been a useful structural innovation and assists in matters such as this as well.
No, the man, I don't think...
Okay, we'll take our final question from online.
I don't think you have to answer that
Siobhan,
question.
please unmute and go ahead.
Oh, well answered.
Hearing you well.
I have a series of questions, but I'll start with the ones who are directly related.
Oh,
no. Is, as the opposition leader suggests, is going to take the NARA legislation this afternoon in the House of Representatives. What is his recommendation as to how NARA should be used to address the concerns he's raised regarding housing? And my other two questions are in relation to Mr. Golding's Integrity Commission filings, because usually they would have been made public around October or so in the newspapers, but that was not done in relation to the 2024
Integrity Commission.
Do you have an understanding as to why there's been a delay, as suggested by from the Integrity Commission?
And secondly, in the matter of Dennis Gordon, the
These are
suggestion
germs, yeah.
is that Mr. Gordon could have potentially breached the Customs Act in terms of making a false declaration. Do you still stand by your suggestion that he has done nothing wrong or he did not break the law in relation to the Jackman matter?
Me know that these are germs that put it himself, you know.
About NARA.
What is the recommendation Mr. Gordon could put forward in terms of how NARA can be used to address the housing concerns?
NARA has been established, as I understand it, to execute projects that Cabinet approves. And in the Prime Minister's budget presentation, he identified a large list of projects that the government wishes to pursue in the years to come. Bypass roads, moving communities from one location to another, to free up lands for redevelopment, that sort of thing. So that seems to be the main purpose of NARA. We've heard others, like the Minister of Justice, saying he's hoping that NARA will build some new court facilities. I think these STEAM schools that the government is intent on building, these STEAM academies, NARA is going to do that as well. I don't hear anything about NARA being used to address the current issues facing Jamaicans in the aftermath of Melissa, the current infrastructure challenges that are making life and recovery very difficult, the shelter challenges that many thousands of Jamaicans continue to suffer in. The only program for this was roofs, and roofs was scoped inadequately. Its design was defective because it didn't have any resilience built into it or anything in it to ensure a more resilient approach to housing construction. That was absent from it. So there are clear gaps, and I don't think NARA is the answer for those gaps. I think those gaps just require a focus of the Cabinet on developing a program to address those things and rolling them out quickly and identifying how they will be funded. This big envelope of resources available to the government should be, in my opinion, used to deal with the things that are clear and present needs of the country, so that the country can settle down, so that the country can feel restored and ready to move forward again, rather than being in a post-disaster situation for a protracted period of time. There were two other questions. One was for, what was it, Dennis? Oh, you'll recall last year that there was a protracted period when the Integrity Commission didn't have certain personnel in place as a result of the tenure of existing officers coming to an end, and there was some kind of impasse that delayed the appointments of their successors. And that, I think, has caused some delay in their operations. So that's where that is. I can't comment any further on that.
Thank you, Mark.
All right, so continue to engage with the People's National Party on our Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter platforms at Jamaica PNP. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Have a good morning.
We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything. Remove them out there. Take out the cockroach. Take out the thief. Take out the criminal them. Take out the thief them. Take out the murderer them. Take out the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out from Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Me I go to Portland. Why me I travel to Portland? Take out somebody, man or woman.
Jamaica, what a prophetic word from the man of God. Take out somebody, man or woman. The woman surely went. One eye is at Buchanan. No, ladies and gentlemen, the little germs them from nationwide. Me love all Mark Golding, the little germs them from nationwide, Jamaica. Come and ask the man about Jack then after the man just ventilate the issue a while ago and deal with that. What a set of nasty. Hey, me say I don't like a bone in the boy them body. He man just hurt my spirit. When come the man, him never get the memo. This conference is about what, Jamaica? About the housing program. The crisis. The man asks one question about the housing program. Then he might ask one question. Oh, sorry, I must see Mama on this. He asks one question about the housing program, and then he asks one question about Mark Golding statutory declaration. Can you imagine? A member from Oceanwide, the little germs, come on and ask for and Mark Golding. Hey, me say the boy, hey, me say I don't like the boy, no man. Yes. Every single time Mark Golding can do a press conference, then send this dirty boy. Yeah. I don't like him, you know. I mean, I know him, I don't like him, you know, man. Him man voice hurt my spirit, brother. From here, the man start talk me a demon attack. You know, see, hold on now. You know, see how Mark Golding deal with it. You know, see Mark Golding answer him. He don't answer the question already, now. Him no look on him.
Me say, me dey on my live and somebody say, I better say the boy that ask Mark Golding more than his garden. How many times the lady could have said so? I eat the so good boy with me more.
Like him not hear the man say, the man done making statement already and make it public. Yes. As far as he knows, to his knowledge, then it's got no law.
Yes.
You understand? And the man asked the question because them asked him a couple times. The man said, why isn't anybody asking about the other companies? One of the company them buy, I'm glad to say the PAC meeting will come right after this. By 2 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be live again. Mighty God, yes. We're going to go into it. But I am saying, right? Why them not talk about the other two companies them who own them? The fact that them buy things and sell it back to the USWI.
To the hospital.
Yes, and Mr. Garden pay the money where them saying owe. So what is the problem?
The man that talk about the people that are homeless, the people that want
yes.
The people that move from roof guard, house guard.
Whoa, somebody does tell me say PAC meeting happening now. What? What are they? Thank you so much. Hey, what are they? What are they, Jamaica? What are they? Me say me, hey, me no know about Uni, but you notice how Mr. Golding deal with them today. Uno so much time, Mr. Golding come back and come say, hold on, but one more thing, another thing, hold on, and him did up on fire today, Jamaica. Mark Golding did up on fire today. Me I tell you that, he come for them. He come for them today. Me think him never did, you know. Alright, you know the next thing to what PNP do? Them block him out from the visual. Only notice that? Them not show him. No. Them not show him. Them put up the PNP sign on him attack. Or reprobate. Them not show him. But me I got the PAC meeting now. Mighty God, it start already, Jamaica. It start already.
Yes, it start already.
It start already.
It start already.
My God, we not have no time for rest, Jamaica. We don't have no time for rest. We have to go right into it. Mighty God. Right into the PAC meeting. No time to rest. I tell you, this is a good nice. Hold on, I'm finding here, so. See that? Banger. Mute that, turn up this.
Aging report of that outstanding amount and how much of it would reflect the employees' contributions not paid over.
So long as that?
Whether
oversight. Rotted. Let me saw all it, man.
Audit.
I'm going to go up front there. Hold on there, Jamaica. I'm go from the start. They can't let out them as something here. They're mad.
So how them affect me? You see, a lot of work is in committees. So these portfolio-free MPs with less dire responsibilities are more accepted officials to explain decision.
Peaceful discussions. And beyond that, we are
come here to this meeting of the Public Accounts Committee. Miss Golden, we intend to get another fan down there for you. We're trying to get a third one somewhere down there. Let me welcome you to this meeting of the Public Accounts Committee. I'm going to move and start immediately. We have a sitting of Parliament, so we only have about 2.5 hours today to get through to get through today's proceedings. Member Seabright, can I invite you to say a word of prayer, please? No? Okay. In terms of my welcome and opening remarks, just to indicate how I intend to proceed today, we got some answers to some of the questions from the University Hospital, and there was also a response from the Ministry.
So the chair tells them I have a right for they don't think enough and no right for them for vote. But in Canada and sitting and listen. You know, sister people have a problem if it's not shouldn't they in there.
Did I PAC meeting?
I'm there.
So I don't understand how them have a problem with that for. Hold on, make me walk one here, man. Because me a start. No, me a go from the start. Me gone back. Me gone back from the beginning.
Here, let's introduce your team, please.
Where you walk one here?
Want to get me in the Parliament. I wonder why. Member Jackson, hold for me, please. Just release your mic. Release your mic. Member Jackson, release your mic. Sorry, I'm going to ask the committee clerk, because I did before in relation to members of Parliament who are not members of the committee. Could you indicate? Yes, non-member can ask questions. Indicate so, because they're indicate so. Go ahead.
Yes, a non-member of the committee can attend the meetings. They can ask questions. They just can't vote or have any input in the decision making. Yes.
So the rules then they and they still like watch the germs them. How they eat Mr. Fitzroy so? How they eat him so?
With the permission of...
Is that, wait, is that, wait, I'm asking a question.
Watch out.
Is that, Mr. Chairman,
with
the permission of the members of the PAC, or is that unilateral decision by the chairman to invite anyone? Because if we knew that, then we would have probably invited some of our members. What is, please explain to us, is that a unilateral decision, or is that a decision that should be made by the committee members?
Yeah.
I'll be guided by your answer.
Yeah.
It would be with the permission of the committee, but the committee does not need permission. A member, because over the years that I've been here and it has been practiced, no member has needed permission to attend a meeting. They just need permission to participate, and they can't make any form of input in terms of decisions.
Look what them make the meeting about. Them are some real waste of time in Jamaica.
And so, Mr. Chairman, members, and so, Mr. Chairman, what I like order. I like order. And so I would want to find out, is it the permission from us, the members, in advance, or to just allow someone to come in and then ask for permission and vote on that to find out if that member can participate?
Okay, the member can attend the meeting. In order to participate, the permission of the committee has to be sought by the member, and the committee has to give their consent for the member to participate.
Right, so that permission was not sought, Mr. Chairman, by you to ask us if the member of Parliament can participate.
So having been guided by the clerk.
We don't just ambush a committee meeting like that, Mr. Chairman. You don't just ambush a committee meeting like that. And I will not stand for that. As a member, I will not stand for that. We are a parliament of law and order. And if we're going to do something, do it by the books.
Really?
So you can...
The thief in government.
But I'm not going to participate in something like this where you...
No, I cannot listen to this lady. You mean the thief in government? You mean the government are about much tax dollars? And una play by order? Come on, yo, go sit down here, man. Because always a major and a minor. Right? Make we talk about the three company them and who own them. And the money them where them make offer. The UHWI and who forget fire now. That we want to talk about. You can talk about man in a PSC meeting. Man, go here. Come to that woman there, man.
Of amen.
Piss me off now, brother. Go ahead, man. Go sit down. No cut Bert, man. All of them, say all of them are real vampire. No.
So, Mr. Chairman, you have to bring member tracks here to mash up the meeting.
Members, let me move to audit. So, Mr. Hosing, you're saying you'll provide for us a breakdown of the outstanding taxes in terms of what employees have remitted, not paid over, but you're categorically stating that no person has been denied a benefit because of the outstanding amounts.
Yes, Mr. Chair, based on the information I've received, none has been denied a benefit.
Okay. And you will, if you could provide for us, you said 18 billion is a substantive amount.
Approximately.
And interest and penalties would carry it up to 40. Are there discussions with the TAJ about whether writing up interest and penalties and moving to some kind of payment plan to settle the substantive amount?
We are going to be approaching the ministry and then from there to the Ministry of Finance, because we have sought guidance from TAJ and they said this is something we'll have to speak to the Ministry of Finance about.
Has that been done, or has there been formal correspondence with the ministry?
Not as yet. This was recent, and we will be speaking first to our ministry, and then the ministry and ourselves will then approach Ministry of Finance.
And the temporary, so you have always operated with what you call a temporary TCC. Is that correct?
No, Mr. Chair. We were, as an entity, using the TCC as is in the Auditor General's report of the University Hospital private wing. And since January of this year, we have been importing items through the Ministry of Health. We recently received a temporary TCC because of the nature of our business and the urgency in terms of the medicines and so on that we need to import into the island, and the speed at which we need to get it in.
So how long has the hospital been operating without its own TCC?
I don't have a date, Mr. Chair, but it has been for a long time.
There are persons behind you who should be able to assist us with that question?
The persons are here, but they too don't have the information as to when was the last time we had a TCC, and but it has been several years.
So, so let me understand. Without a TCC, does that prevent the university hospital, for example, for importing items on its own behalf?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So would that give rise to the use of the tax-exempt status to be provided to third-party companies to import items on behalf of the university hospital?
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. I was a little distracted by some...
Members, please.
But if you can repeat your question,
My question is, without a TCC, can the University Hospital of the West Indies import items on its own behalf?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so it is very important to find out how long the university has been operating without the TCC. And my follow-up question is, given that you are unable to import items on your own behalf, would that give rise to the use of the tax-exempt status being provided to third-party companies to bring items in on behalf of the university hospital?
Rotted.
No, it should not.
It should not.
Under no circumstances should the hospital use its tax exemption certificate to import items for any party, third party, even another ministry or anything. It must only be solely based on the requirement. It is supposed to be only for the use of the hospital and items purchased by the hospital.
All right. How long has the hospital been using the TCC of the private wing of the UHWI for?
As I said, Mr. Chair, I'm unable to say how long. It has been several years. I can get that date for you.
Yes, that's important.
And I can also, and as I said, I will do that.
Okay. Member Cuthbert Friend and Member Brown.
I just wanted to point out, I'm very happy to know that no citizen of Jamaica will be denied their NIS or NHT benefit. And as you stated that whatever was in arrears were paid up, is that?
No, we are current, and we have been current for some time now with the payment for NIS and NHT. What we are behind in is the income tax and the obligations by the hospital itself in terms of education tax and so on.
Okay, because Mr. Chairman, even though we're speaking here about UHWI, I know that this is something that has occurred right across Jamaica, where there are various companies robbing the Jamaican people and not paying over the NIS or NHT. And then, when these people become, pensionable or older, they're not able to receive, they go to try to buy a home, they're not able to receive their NHT. So I'm happy to know that the citizens of this country who were employed will not be denied their benefits. Thank you.
Member Brown?
Chairman, I just wanted to, in the issue of the misuse of the tax exemption status, could the Director of Procurement, Senior Director of Procurement, walk us through the procurement phase from when the need was identified at the hospital for that good or goods? Walk us through the phase from that stage right through to when the customs broker actually starts to enter the documents into the system, the accusations system.
Yes, as it relates to the procurement unit receiving a request, a purchase requisition, meaning the need has been identified. That information is logged on our in-house web report.
Yo, them man put me to sleep, yeah, man. The way the man say question, them man put me to sleep. I go back here, man, and fast forward this when we can get some understanding of what going on. Because I'm interested to hear how this thing really develop.
Let's gather here today in Parliament at the discussion
related to the Lewis.
Yeah, that me combo.
Recorder all, Principal Auditor.
Public Procurement Policy Officer.
I'll bring the mic closer to you. Tap it and say, turn it on. I don't know if it's on.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Am I right? Mr.
Skipping that, me know you introduction. Get to the meeting.
Legal officer, chief legal officer.
All right, thank you. Told in the audience, we normally are used to seeing younger persons, students, but I'm told this is the RSVP Club, which is an exclusive social organization. As you now, as we have minutes page, but I'm seeking the committee's agreement for us to summon the current CEO of the hospital, who is on leave, Mr. Mitchell, the previous CEO, Mr. Allen, I believe his name is, and the former chairman of the board, Mr. Chai Chow. So I'm asking members for their agreement for that, so that we can have many of the questions that we have answered at this committee.
That's why I have to go back. Mama San, you hear that? So Fitzgerald Mitchell, we are hide. Come to the front of the class. Here. Fitzgerald Mitchell, we are hide, boy, never vacation. The next committee meeting, them supposed to come to the front of the class. Because of them alone can't really answer the question. And
the man when they don't can't answer the question.
Man can't answer nothing. But watch out now. The man I got even further. The man I go for the, you remember the man where they did it before Fitzgerald Mitchell? All him them I look for to, you know. If you come my committee meeting, you know. So you know says I come. No, and I hide him, I remember say him did fire him, you know. But the issues them when they are the UHWI is so far back.
Why them, why them don't want Fitzgerald to ask a question?
No, them him have to come in. Them are summon him.
No, Fitzgerald to want ask a question and
no, hold on, man, listen to me. Yeah, but listen, them are go after the rules, them are the committee. You understand? So me not a problem. Yeah, he's there. Them not should be mouth. Them not should be mouth. Them not should be mouth, you know, them can't should be mouth. Is the asking of the question part and participating part. You have to seek permission from the entire committee. That's what me understand. And he never get.
Him get the permission, so I'm gonna ask the question, but she probably know what Mr. Jackson want to ask them, and them don't want them all let the name.
No, she never know about it. That she has said. She never give no. She have to be a part of the process because she a part of the committee. You understand? You know,
she not get for vote
no, if she not get for vote, that means the committee never vote because everybody have to vote. She never know about him again. No, man, you have to listen, mama son. Listen, me, no, man. The lady explained it a while ago. You have to move past that. Him never get no permission from the entire committee. He just come there and ask questions. Yes, so that she has said she never know about that. So we know, but what we have said, we have to follow the rules, the mama son. The rules of the committee. No, we have to follow the rules. We. Because we're a lawbreaker in our party. We have to follow rules.
We have to follow rules every day with them and them not better for we our people then.
No, you can't seek justice by breaking the law. You have to be different from the labor right them, and that's my position always. So me I say they don't explain that already. We now look on that. That at least you understand? We have more than competent persons in the committee to ask the right question them. So Fitz Jackson being there is just adding to it. And if they don't want to ask the question, that are not because that not help them. I just saw me look on it. But me I continue.
Indeed, Chairman, I will second that motion. Agree, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Committee clerks, I'll ask you to write to those three individuals, the current CEO, Mr. Mitchell, the former CEO, Mr. Allen, and the former board chair, Mr. Chai Chow.
I'm loving it. Loving it. Call them up, Julian. Call them up.
I'll ensure that the answers that were provided to the questions we asked are tabled so that the members of the media can have access to them. And I'll start by going through the answers provided by the university in audit finding, key finding number 2. So this is, members, this is the document that I'm starting with. And we can just go through those answers. So this relates to the non-compliance with the GOJEP portal requirements. And there was also, and I'm jumping a bit, but there was also a document from the Ministry of Finance related to the GOJP portal requirements, which was that printed? Okay, I know it was sent via email. Ms. Blake, you have that as well? Okay, you sent that, and then we can go to that. But so this were the 20 contracts that were uploaded above the 10 million threshold sent internally by the university hospital itself. Well, sorry, instead of me doing this, Mr. Hosing, could you just take us through the answers that you provided to us? Member Bunting, you have a question on this?
Yeah, I just want to point out, Mr. Chairman, we've been getting a lot of emails.
Right.
Some as recent as 9:53 a.m. this morning. So you'll have to help us.
Well, I haven't seen the 9:53 one.
That was
customs. Okay.
So we've been getting quite a few emails.
So the document I would start with is these answers that were provided by the University Hospital of the West Indies. So Mr. Hosing, if you could just summarize, since we have the document, and just take us through the answers that you provided.
Okay, Mr. Chair. The first one is the audit findings, key findings 2, non-compliance with JEP portal requirements. With respect to 20 of the 800 contracts, were the 20 contracts that were uploaded above 10 million threshold set internally by the UHII. Our findings, Mr. Chair, is that we identified that 23 were uploaded, and not all 23 were above the threshold of 10 million. In fact, Mr. Chair, what I can say is that there was no consistency in the amounts, meaning that those that were put on, the 23, there were some above 10 million, there were some below 10 million. Of the 700 and plus that were not uploaded, some were above 10 million and some were below. In fact, for those that were not included, you had amounts of the 22 million that was not included, and it ranged from 500,000 to 22 million for those that were not included.
Okay. And the total value for those that were not uploaded is $1.6 billion.
$1.6 billion. Yes, Mr. Chair.
That is just totally unacceptable.
Wow.
I mean, 1.6 billion. Now, I noted in the Ministry of Finance's response that there was some issue, Ms. Blake, I think you identified where, and you can correct me if I'm summarizing incorrectly, that after the contracts were issued, there is a process that is required on the part of the supplier to do something, and that was not, suppliers were not following through. Can you just update us on that so we can, and you indicated that I think efforts were being made to have a fix of that software system. Just bring the committee up to date on that, please.
Morning again, everybody. So the GOJEP system...
Just introduce yourself for the purposes of Hansard.
I'm Jeff Elbaye, Chief Public Procurement Policy Officer at the Ministry of Finance, and we operate the GOJEP system. The current system design and workflow requires that, that at the end of the process, the supplier must accept the award of contract in the system in order for the transaction to be closed out, so that you can move towards publishing the contract award notice, which would then become available to the public. At present, you have some suppliers who are not following through and accepting the award in the system, even though they accept the award outside of the system and provide the goods, works, or services. We are fixing that, and that fix should be in place by June of this year.
Okay. And if the suppliers don't accept it, it means it cannot be uploaded to the system.
It will be closed out, so it's in the system. So we have a lot of transactions that are in the system but not closed out, so it's not available to the public in terms of contract award notices.
Okay. Well, that's clearly a flaw, because we shouldn't be depending on the supplier. Once the supplier has gotten their contract, their primary business is to execute on the contract. They are not necessarily going to be focused on closing to. Member Seaver?
Just a quick one then, Mr. Barrett. So the response indicates that the procurement activity was not uploaded to GOJEP largely due to, I guess, inconsistent use, limited awareness, slow adoption, probably of your ministry circulars and guidelines, rather than deliberate non-compliance. That's the impression I get. So can you clarify whether this reflects a transitional capacity issue across the broader public sector at this time, particularly in relation to training and rollout of GOJEP, and how the ministry has since moved to strengthen training, monitoring, enforcement to ensure that there's full compliance across the public sector.
Right. In some entities, there may be a capacity issue. But from the Office of Public Procurement Policy's perspective, we are constantly providing training, and we operate a customer service and advisory unit that is readily accessible and available to procuring entities to guide them through the process. We have manuals that are available to practitioners to go through, videos to go through, to show them how to do what is required. And so there isn't a shortage of training material for procuring entities, but I do understand the complaint from some practitioners is that they're doing a lot and they don't always have the time to upload the transactions into the system, especially for the ones that are not done through the system.
Are we moving to ensure that for the officers who have the responsibility to upload this, that this becomes part of a performance assessment or evaluation? Because, I mean, generally, if we don't measure things, they don't get done. And I think if we want to ensure that these things get done, then this must become part of the responsibility of the officer. And at the end of, you know, the annual review, something like this is assessed to see to what extent the officer has complied with something which is a GOJ requirement.
Sure. So that would be the responsibility of heads of entities of each procuring entity to ensure that that is a part of the assessment for the public officers. But from a system perspective, one of the fix that we intend to roll out is to have the system generate a certificate to say that you would have completed the transaction in GoJeb and let that certificate be a condition for payments for contracts, so that you must ensure that you complete the procurement process in the system before you can move towards making a payment on a contract.
Whoa, okay, that's good.
That's Member Brown and then Member Corporate.
That's good.
Thank you very much, Chair. But I wanted to start with just responding to, well, clarifying a point raised by Member Steve Wright. I believe I heard the last time we met Mr. Barrett that the ministry issued a circular in 2023 reminding the agencies about the requirement of uploading all required contracts to the GOJ. So apart from, you know, training and the issues, there was, in the midst of what was happening, there was a reminder that was shared by the ministry. Was that the case?
Just keep on your mic.
That is correct. So the circular would have been shared across GOJ to heads of entities, and from time to time we continue to do continuous training, and we invite practitioners to participate in those training sessions. Again, we operate a very active and responsive customer service and advisory unit, which is available to procuring entities to guide them through the process. Generally speaking, the circulars are widely available on the Ministry of Finance's website. They're also available on the Office of Public Procurement Policy's website as well.
Thank you. Just for clarity as well, I note that and this was raised last time we met as well, and stated here in the response that the university hospital determined that their threshold for uploading would be 10 million. What is the required government of Jamaica's guidance in terms of what should be uploaded on the GoJeb website?
Yes, so the guidance requires that you use the GoJeb system to do all transactions above $1.5 million, subject to a few exceptions. Between $500,000 and $1.5 million, the guidance is that you don't have to use the system to do those transactions, but you have to manually enter that information in the system. So it is encouraged that you use the system for those transactions, but recognizing the potential inefficiencies in using the system for those smaller value transactions, the requirement is that you manually upload the information afterwards. So I cannot speak on the $10 million threshold that was set.
All right, but you are stating that it's 1.5 as it relates to the guidelines from the government of Jamaica.
Correct.
All right. CEO, I don't know if you could help us. Who made that determination as to this 10 million in the face of the guidance that would have come from the Ministry of Finance?
I was not there at the time, and I have seen no record as to any reason why they came up with this 10 million. But what I was informed is that during their testing phase, they decided to use 10 million and they continued to use the 10 million, but they didn't use it consistently. So there was no consistency even with the 10 million. As I shared in the response, Mr. Chair, that even amounts below 10 million were put on GoJet, and those that were omitted from GoJet fell between 500,000 and 22 million. So there was nothing consistent at all in the manner in which GoJet was being used.
All right. So, well, the fact is that we saw here is only 20 of 800 was uploaded, although the report adds 3 more. So what was uploaded is really negligible based on the total amount of contracts. But you said you weren't here, but the director behind you in terms of procurement, could he provide that guidance as to where who would have approved that in terms of that 10 million threshold?
Yes, good afternoon. Good morning. The decision...
Just identify yourself, Mr. Buckridge.
Okay, my name is Ainsworth Buckridge, Senior Director of Public Procurement, University of Westmoreland. As the CEO mentioned, that 10 million came up in a pilot project. It was before the circular was sent out by the ministry. So it was a pilot phase that was thus continued straight through.
And you would have taken that decision as director of procurement. That's what I was trying to find out. If it was your decision, despite the 1.5, because I don't think the circular is what indicates the threshold that would have been communicated prior to that circular in terms of the GoJet. Who took the decision? That's just how to find out.
I can't recall who actually took that decision, but that decision was made basically.
But it was not you.
I could not single-handedly make such a decision.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. I am making that point overall, Chairman, because I see where the value of what was not uploaded is 1.6 billion. The fact that the threshold should be 1.5, we may have 1.5 million. In fact, we may have a greater amount than the 1.6 that was not actually uploaded. Would you agree?
No, Mr. Member. It is that 800 of the time period that the audit took place. Within that time period, there's 800 in total.
Yes.
And of that, the audit says 20 were uploaded, and 780 were not uploaded.
So this 1.6 represents the 780?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
And may I just add that, can I just add something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to note that as of March this year, we have made it mandatory that all, regardless of the amount, procurement must be placed on GoJet. It's not optional. There's no, well, minimum is 0.
Yes, Member Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the CEO just answered my question. Just reading here, it says GoJet platform is being used in an ad hoc manner. Know that we've seen where more training has been given to, and more awareness given to the different ministries, agencies. For clarity, I wanted to find out what is happening now with the GoJet platform. You just made that statement that it is non-negotiable. Is this platform now being used? We've been hearing for weeks now what's been happening at UHWI, and we would not want this to continue. And so for me, I want to know going forward if this is now being utilized right across the board, no matter what the amount is.
That is correct, Member. And as you speak to the training, we have carried out extensive training for not just the members of the procurement department, but for all senior managers, for all members of the procurement review committee and the procurement assessment committee. We have done some extensive training by a very well-known professional and knowledgeable person in that area.
And what about capacity? Because I keep hearing that over and over again about capacity. Do we have enough personnel to carry out the duties to make sure that this is, this stays in place?
There is an assessment being done. There are 1 or 2 positions that are vacant that we are going to fill, but we want to ensure that the department not just fill positions, but make sure that the persons, the entire operation is working efficiently and effectively, and making sure the persons in the position are in fact necessary and will drive efficiency, as you said, going forward. So what we have tried to do is to stop all that was happening that was not consistent with the government guideline, as well as what would be the most efficient way of operating. So we're looking even at systems to put in additional IT system. The chairman spoke earlier about, the last time, about ensuring, that certain technology is in place. It's not in place. Yes, it's not in place, but we are looking to put that in place.
What are the other systems that you're now putting in place as far as the board is concerned? Because I think some of the things the board were not aware. Are there things being in place now for the board as far as, to find out exactly what is happening, the reporting mechanism, what is happening with that?
Well, as I said, that the assessment and the implementation is now taking place. And so when that is finalized, we can certainly send something.
You'll get the lights up to 50,000 guys.
Let them know exactly what are the things that we're going to be doing. But the board has set up a committee to look at the entire thing to see what we can do to improve on the report. Because the board certainly has to will be given greater oversight of what is happening there for sure.
And is there a timeline for that, for this assessment to be completed?
Okay, so as I shared, there is a committee separate to look at review of the staff based on the audit general report, who should be held accountable and what action should be taken. And then separate from that should come in by the June. And also by June, we have various persons looking to see what improvement we're going to be actually contracting someone to do a full procurement assessment, a very well-known professional. Obviously, we'll have to look at, because we're going to go to tender, and we are putting that terms of reference and the tender document together now as we speak, to go to tender to have that reviewed by an individual or an entity out there that can qualify to do it, who's qualified to do it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Member Seabright.
Thank you, Chairman. No, the GOJEP issue clearly speaks to implementation capacity challenges during a transition, as is normal in many public sector administrations throughout the world. And clearly, the real focus now should be on ensuring full and sustained adoption of the system across the board. And I've seen that work has been done. So to the permanent secretary, given that the UHWI cited insufficient training, limited awareness, and so on as key factors behind non-compliance, can the ministry advise what targeted procurement and GOJEP training programs have since been rolled out or will be rolled out, whether there's no requirement for continuous certification and so on, for procurement staff across the entire public health system? So we have a recurrence.
We do not have that issue in the Ministry of Health itself.
Yeah.
And we do have continuous training in procurement. For the regional health authorities, they from time to time need strengthening, but they're encouraged to take advantage of all the training opportunities by the Ministry of Finance and other agencies that provide these training.
Thank you. And to the CEO, the AG, of course, found after the fact procurement contracts between a weak adherence to procurement guidelines. You said that these have been discontinued and that with a standard operating SOPs being finalized. Can you walk the committee through the new end-to-end procurement workflow, if possible, including planning, approval thresholds, GOJEP usage, and so on? And that will directly address the issues raised in the audit.
Well, first of all, member, there is a mandate for strict adherence to the government procurement guideline, no deviation. And so that guideline relates to various types of purchases and how you do it and various limits and so on, which will be very difficult to go through here at this time. But it is strict adherence to the government's procurement guideline that we are following. And we are very firm on that, very strict on it and very firm on it. We are ensuring that we even go beyond that sometimes in terms of ensuring that we get 3 quotes for almost everything as best as possible. There are some quotes that would be difficult to get 3 if it is a sole distributor of a particular thing, like an elevator there, and a type of elevator that the only person who is authorized to fix it, or some machinery in the hospital.
And CEO, as we focus on solutions, the audit also identified heavy reliance on manual paper-based systems, which is an issue in some arms of the public sector, which has contributed to missing files and weak accountability. So in your responses, you confirmed that formal proposals for a digital records management system are now being developed alongside efforts to recover and reconstruct files. Can you tell us where we are with the full digitization of the procurement and financial records? When will that be completed? Because that seems to be a huge issue.
That has to be something that we are going to have an assessment done to see what is the best system given our circumstances. So that will take time. However, as I said, I think what was mentioned by the Ministry of Finance before is that whatever the things that you put on GOJEP will in fact provide you with some level of digitization or in terms of record keeping and so on. So GoJEP is when I've done my assessment, that is an extremely good system.
All right, can I just, in closing this issue, the Ministry of Finance had provided a response to the committee looking at the overall use of GoJEP in the public sector. Can you just provide us with that update?
Right. So the GoJEP mandate came about in 2022 by way of a guidance note from the Office of Public Procurement Policy, which was followed up by Circular number 18 of 2023, which outlined that effective August 1st, 2023, all procuring entities will be required to execute procurement proceedings via GoJEP as outlined in the guidance note. There were some exceptions, which includes procurements in situations of emergency or extreme urgency, procurements of a value between $500,000 and $1.5 million. However, those transactions, though executed, though you're permitted to execute them outside of the system, you are still required to manually upload the information in the system afterwards. The procurement of utility services, supply of electricity, supply of water, you're not required to use a system to procure those type of services. In addition to using GoJEP, the Office of Public Procurement Policy also manages a procurement reporting system which requires procuring entities to provide details of procurements, of all procurement activity, whether exempt or non-exempt and regardless of value. And this was also outlined and reinforced to procuring entities in a guidance note in 2022 as well. Now, in terms of compliance generally with the requirement for use of GoJEP, we assess what procuring entities tell us based on the reports submitted in the PRS reports, because in those reports they would tell us whether or not they're executing their procurements using GoJEP or not using GoJEP. Based on the PRS data that we have, it is indicating that 62.86% of transactions reported to us were being executed via GoJEP, leaving 37.14% not being executed by GoJEP. Now,
let me ask you, you have any way of independently verifying, apart from what the entity sent to you, whether what they're saying is accurate or not?
Good question.
Not at this time. What is required and will be enforced going forward is to ensure that we get the procurement plans from the procuring entity so that we match their transactions against what the procurement plans say. But at this time, we're not able to verify apart from what they say. But separately and apart from the PRS reporting system, when we look at the number of transactions in the GoJEP system itself, since the mandate, we're seeing over 94,000 transactions which have progressed to the contract award or evaluation stage, which tells us that there is significant and substantial adoption of the use of GoJEP to do procurements. But we are, as I indicated, having a challenge as it relates to the publication of contract award notices because of the requirement, in some cases, the requirement for the supplier to accept the award in the system.
Well, let me ask you, wouldn't you be able to cross-reference the data from the Office of the Public Procurement Commission? Because all contracts, particularly above a particular size, must go through that process to determine whether what is reported to you is in fact consistent with what the Public Procurement Commission would have.
Yes, we'll be able to do that cross-reference, but what I would say is that majority of the procurement transactions are at the tier 1 level, which do not require Public Procurement Commission or Cabinet approval.
Okay, meaning they are below the
threshold of $60 million now.
Okay.
So that's majority of the transactions are done without requiring PPC or Cabinet approval.
I just think there has to be a a better way to determine the use of the system apart from self-reporting, which is what exists right now. Because you, as you have acknowledged, you have no way of verifying whether what is sent to you is actually accurate and consistent. And the government would have spent quite a bit of money implementing a system, not just the financial side, but for principles of accountability and transparency. And you need to be in a position to accurately know how well that system is being utilized. So I think it's something that has to be examined that puts you in a better position to determine the use of the system.
Yes, and some of the refinements to the GoJudge system that we are rolling out are aimed at helping us to better capture the data.
Okay. That's it, Member Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And once again, let me apologize for being late. I'm looking at a document, Jamaica Custom Agency reference number PAK 252-601141. Assessment letter. It says that custom.
Wait, hold a second, member. What, just in terms of order, what we're doing first is we're dealing with the questions that were answered by Yui, and then we're going to get to that, but we're just going through in order what the hospital has answered.
Okay, Mr.
Well, we'll get to that, yeah. Member Bunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barry, could you just explain based on this?
But listen, But listen, big up the government, respect. But you see me, the truth is just the truth. I have to respect it. Our country now run right. Our country now run right. All who believe me, boss a blank say blow.
Country now run right, Jamaica. Country now run right. So jump is gonna be used now, mandatory. They're making these promises of these systems being put in place. I don't want to think about that in the comment section. See? For the people in OBS, we can come over to YouTube for my other live stream here. I can end that one. Alright. End that. Plug out this. Turn off the Bluetooth here. Connect it to the phone. Turn off the camera too. Different things we are going to now on the computer. Use the phone and touch some more of the PAC meeting. You see Bluetooth and Bluetooth. Turn off that. Right. Connect that phone now. So I'll go on with this meeting or something. Don't use the microphone. I wanna love you, wanna love you, wanna love you. Slow motion. Let me see. How we connect to now? Which one of them phone have on Bluetooth on? One of that. And of this. So there you go. Yes. See what they must say.
After just 6 minutes in the oven, your pizza is baked to perfection and ready for pickup or delivery. Seamless.
It was.
Member Bunton.
Since, Mr. Chairman, the deposit, 50% deposit was paid prior to the contract signing. Could Mr. Hosin, when he's providing the date of the deposit, also provide what was the basis of that deposit? Was there a proposal before a contract? And could we see a copy of that proposal? And would that proposal have been accompanied by a capability statement of this William Pragmatic? And could we see that capability statement?
Mr. Chair, just a correction. The finance person, Ms. Dover, just informed me that, in fact, they signed on the 29th and payment was made on the 30th, not before the 29th.
You have to make sure whatever you provide to us is accurate, because what we heard last week and now is different. So you're positive, you can confirm for sure that a contract was signed and then payment was made the following day. You can say that definitively, or you want to check
I'll go and double check,
us?
Mr. Chair, but that's the information I just received from my finance senior officer.
Mr. Chairman, notwithstanding the changing dates we're getting, I would still like to see what was the basis of the proposal and what was the capability statement that informed the decision to choose this company.
That, as I said, Mr. Chairman, we will get that information and provide it to you. I do have a copy of the payment that was made on the 30th of September here with me, Mr. Chair. But we'll get everything together and submit to the PAC, Chair.
All right, in your answers to questions, the analysis of UWI procurement methodology impaired by limited data, you indicated 8 companies and a breakdown of 431 million divided by the 8 companies. Can you say for these 8 companies whether in these cases contracts were signed prior to work being done, or were contracts signed after work was being done for the 8 companies that the UA paid 431 million to?
We're not able to say, Mr. Chairman, if in fact work was done prior to the persons being contracted at this time. And this 430 did not highlight that anything was done before the contract by, I think, the Auditor General.
So you can confirm then that the work was done after contracts were signed?
I don't want to confirm that, Mr. Chairman. I'll have to do some further investigation.
And get back to us on that.
For that, because that was not something highlighted.
Okay. The second thing related to a concern was raised about 681 million spent on consultants and the fact that it didn't involve proper procurement processes, direct award, and missing documents, procurement breaches. We have a breakdown of the $686 million among 6 companies. Again, can you confirm whether in the case of these 6 companies, whether contracts were in place prior to the awarding, whether contracts were in place prior to work being done, and whether the university hospital can indicate satisfactory completion of what these consultants were engaged to do?
The amount that the 681, Mr. Chair, the Auditor General didn't state that what you're saying was the case with these.
No, I'm asking.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Don't misunderstand.
Yeah, man, I'm asking.
I don't have any information to say yes or no to what you are saying, but we can again provide that information.
That's very important, because these were flagged as having procurement related issues, and it is important for us to know the process. In one case, Supreme Laundry Services for almost $500 million, the bulk of that, it does say national competitive bidding here, so I assume there would be documentation to support this particular process.
Yes, and the payment is not a one-off payment. It is payment over, because they do provide laundry service for the hospital, and this would be a payment over a time period.
All right. Coming now to, there were a number of other services provided, coming to that total about 1.4 billion. These These seem to be standard, in some cases, medical gas, LPG, etc. In the case of, for example, medical gas, and I think IGL is listed here.
I need to build a camp. Darn, not enough wood? Let me go get some more. No, stop!
And you'll see from the information to your right on that chart, the date of when it was expired. And what happened is that even after expiration, payments were made based on services provided.
And are new contracts in place for these providers? Because obviously you need gas on a continuous basis to run the hospital. So once we must know the date at which a contract is expiring, and you would put in place a new contract so that the service can continue.
Not in all cases. We are in fact in the process of having approval, going through the approval process for contracts with some of these persons, but not all of them we have current contracts in place for.
Could you say which ones the process has started for the renewal of these contracts? I think there are about 8 or 9 companies that are listed here.
The security contract is being processed and is to be submitted to cabinet along with dietary services to cabinet.
Okay.
Also, the maintenance one is out. Ground maintenance is out for. It is being processed. Civil works maintenance is being also submitted for approval.
Can I have a related question while not from the documentation? I understand the university hospital just built a new car park. Can you indicate what the process is for the payment of funds for people who park in the car park and how that is managed by the university hospital?
Okay, let's repeat the first part.
That there's a new car park which has been established at the university hospital. I want to know what is the process by which payment is made from persons who utilize the car park and how those monies are managed by the university hospital.
Okay, so the funds received, there's a ticket that the person will receive when they enter the car park, and when they are exiting, they will pay based on the schedule of payments, based on the number of hours that they would have stayed in the car park. And those funds are then used in a part of our general funds that we receive from various places.
Who was collecting the money on behalf of the university hospital? When somebody comes into the car park, who was collecting the money?
Currently, the security guard collects the funds. We are in the process of establishing a payment area where a UHWI staff member will be the one to collect all monies from the car park. And that should be in place by by sometime in May. We are working on getting it done quickly.
So what is the system that the university hospital would use to reconcile, for example, 100 cars came in, payment would have been received for the equivalent? How is that reconciled?
It is based on the records in terms of the slip the person received and what the person paid. We are auditing. The fact is that there is a serious concern as to how strong and robust that system is. And that is why we are changing with haste to have the funds collected by our normal receipting system that we have at various points in the hospital.
I mean, you're using diplomatic language, but if you're depending on security personnel to collect it, a security guard that would not be his substantive responsibility.
Exactly.
It raises questions about whether you are collecting the full amount that you should be collecting.
Yes.
And whether on a daily basis there is reconciliation to determine that 100 cars use the car park and as such for X amount of hours, and as such what is due to the university hospital is X amount. It sounds to me like that system doesn't exist and you're now moving to put that in place. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I was going to say party shop, but I don't want to disrespect people who
One Julian, Russell, big up
and do
yourself,
so
my
very
brother.
well
Respect every
locally
time.
and internationally.
Hold
But
on,
I must confess,
hey, shout out to Russell with the 20. Salute to the big homie Bolo. Checking in on player. But you need to come and get your big head, baby mama. She's still acting crazy, man. Russell, you a mess, bro. Listen, bro, I ain't got nothing to do with that, sir. All right, thanks for the 20, man. Hey, shout out to the Cash App, man. Shout out to the Cash App, the donators, man. Big up Russell, man. Always supporting. Salute, Russell. I ain't got nothing to do with that, Russell. I have washed my hands clean, all right? I'm sure there's a lot of dudes over there that she has attached herself with. Yeah, they are responsible now, all right? Yes, sir. Not me. Not having it. But let's continue. That's just some internet jokes, guys. Thank you so much, Tiny. Guys, we can't get to 50,000 likes on TikTok today. Wanna see me lose sleep? I lost sleep for this live stream, Jamaica. Come on, man. Stop playing. Do the right things. Do the right things. I'm still losing sleep for this. Let's continue.
I mean, it beggars belief that in this day and age, we couldn't have a better system just to manage something like this. It is just symptomatic of the broader problems at the university, that you could have a car park without a proper system, and you have no way of determining whether you are collecting the full amount of money that you should be collecting.
Madness.
Member Brown?
Thank you. Just two final areas I wanted clarity from. Senior Director of Procurement. 64% of the contracts, as was outlined by the Auditor General in her findings, were either through direct awarding or direct single source or direct awarding. Who took that decision?
May God help us with you, DJ.
If it is single source or direct, you have a threshold that will determine that.
No, based on the responses here, you have 24 million, 29 million, 43 million, 499 million, 63 million, 24 million. Is that, who would have taken that decision? You?
No, that would have to be approved by the head of entity.
By the CEO?
Head of entity.
CEO
All
again.
right, the other question I had, Chairman, is this 1.4 billion that you went through, and this is more to the, I think it's the lady at the back is the head of finance. Well, how do you pay without a contract? What is the process in terms of paying? Because we see the overall scenario riddled with no contract, no procurement. How do we pay these $1.4 billion without contracts? What's the process? Who approves those to you?
No, member. There would have been documentation signed by the approved persons for finance to make the payment.
What would be those documentation? Because it says here procurement breaches, missing documents, etc. What would be the documentation that would be referencing?
Remember that, as I shared, that the contracts were not in place. They had expired for that 1.4. However, the person would have submitted their invoice. The invoice would have been approved, and based on that, those approval, the amounts would have been paid by finance with the purchase orders that were submitted.
I see the PS shaking his head. Did that process right in your estimation, PS?
No, because if you look at some of these contracts, and I have to face the music with these,
yes,
because when they're regularized, I have to go to the Infrastructure Committee of Parliament,
yes,
and defend these actions. And I am seeing where contracts have expired from 2021 and 2022. Those things should never ever happen.
Can I ask a set of follow-up questions?
Like how that brother the Frank a while ago. I'm gonna say no man, it's not so you go. You me like that.
Oh, sorry, member Cousins. No.
Thank you, Chairman. The legal officer is here. In terms of the new car park, are there exclusionary clauses that are posted at the car park where the monies are being collected? Can I ask the legal officer?
No, they are not. No, they are not, member.
Yeah, and I guess the legal officer would appreciate why I asked the question. Because under circumstances where you have a security guard collecting on behalf of the university, if you do have any checks in place to know whether or not this car was actually parked there, then that's a big loophole that you need to plug.
I identify that.
It has serious implications in terms of liability where the university is concerned. And all along the very same campus, if you're on Dewey campus and you go in the parking lots, almost every single one of the lots have exclusionary clauses for a reason. So this is an exercise where we are here to help each other. Consider that free legal advice.
Hey!
We have signs on the property. One at the very entrance. At the very entrance to the property, there are signs. And just to be fair, the current security provider is not comfortable with the current arrangement. We are not comfortable, and that is why.
Well, nobody could ever be comfortable with this arrangement with a security guard potentially holding thousands of dollars of cash on an everyday basis.
Brother, listen, there's so much nonsense going on at the UHWI. It's a real party shop. There's a real breakdown. It's unbelievable. The amount of persons that need to be fired from this situation. I mean, I'm talking about at the top. It's crazy, yo. I'm telling you, like, what? I can't even go over everything, but just, man, bro. Wow.
And without there being any verification, I mean, we spend millions of dollars putting in place this new car park, and we can't collect properly or recover the monies that are spent. Nobody could be comfortable with this arrangement.
Wow.
But let me come back to two follow-up questions. Post the hurricane, did the university hospital undertake repairs to the infrastructure of the hospital? And could you indicate how much money was spent on those repairs post Hurricane Melissa?
We have done repairs. We are doing repairs, and the amounts that have been spent so far, I would have to gather that information for you.
And would those contracts that would have been signed, let me ask, have contracts been signed for the providers of those services that are doing the repairs to the hospital now?
I will gather that information for you. The ones that are currently being done have contracts.
All right, so I'll ask you if you could provide to us a detail of the amounts that are being spent, the providers that are being engaged, and the status of those contracts, whether those are signed contracts, whether we employ direct contracting methodology, etc., for those contracts. All right. I'm going to pause here for the university hospital because, as I said, we have Parliament today, but the Ministry of Health, PS, could you provide us with an update related to the status of the outstanding appropriation accounts, which were flagged by the Auditor General?
1 second.
Mr. Hosting, I know you're rushing to leave. I saw release you. Oh, you're switching the teams. Okay, all right.
1 second.
Mr. Olsen under pressure now.
Chairman, because
I
signed off 1 year 2018, 2019 just this morning. So I don't want to mislead you, but we would have submitted 18 of the 25, and we would have completed all the capitals for all the outstanding years. And we have 7 appropriation accounts remain outstanding. All of these are what they call the legacy years.
Which years would remain? Yes, so you have completed 18 of the 25 outstanding.
Yes.
The 7 would represent which years?
No, there are 19 actually that has been completed.
19 of 25?
18 with the AG, and one I signed this morning.
Okay.
And we have 7. We have 6 outstanding. So we have from 1920, 14, 15, 15, 16, 16, 17, 17, 18, and 2013 to 2024. All the recurrence outstanding, but all the capitals have been complete.
And what is your time frame for dealing with those outstanding 7?
I would not want to give you a time frame now because it's extremely difficult. I'm working with the Accountant General to help us to reconstruct the system. But I can assure you that we're working on it night and day.
Okay. All right. There was also members a report on the health systems strengthening prevention, HSSP, I believe it is, which was part of the work done by the Auditor General, and there's a report before us. I don't know if members have any questions related to the HSSP, which is a joint project between the government and the Inter-American Development Bank to support the development and equipping of 13 health facilities, 3 hospitals, and 10 health centers, and the rollout of an electronic health record system. Would this have been Member Bunting had asked a question earlier about a patient management system.
No.
This is a separate thing?
It's a separate thing.
All right, could you just briefly provide us with a brief on what the system is and what it has done so far, where you are in terms of the project and what is outstanding?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Eric Clark, Program Manager for the Health System Strengthening Program. So to date, as of the 31st of March 2026, the Health System Strengthening Program, if I want to just give a background, I surely can. So in 2018, the government of Jamaica and the Inter-American Bank signed a 5-year contract valued at $50 million to support the development and equipping of 13 health facilities, that's 3 hospitals, 10 health centers, the implementation of a chronic care model, the rollout of an electronic health record system in the 13 pilot sites, and the coordination of the 4th Jamaica Health and Lifestyle Survey. In 2019, the government...
Mr. Clark, don't read it word for word, because we have it. Just give me a summary, all right?
All right. So to date, what we have done, what we have achieved, we have completed the renovation of Chapelton Community Hospital, commenced the civil works of 7 of these health facilities. We're talking about Spanish Town Hospital, St. Jago Park Health Center, Greater Portmore, Old Harbor Health Center, Brownstown Health Center, Maypen Hospital Outpatient Building, and also Ocherios Health Center. We have also commenced the procurement process for the consultancy for a design firm for cost assisting with tendering and post-contract supervision for the remaining 3 health facilities. We have also completed the implementation of an electronic health records in the 13 facilities, completed the implementation of a managed network services in 96 facilities. We are piloting the chronic care model in 5 sites and also executing the 4th Jamaica Health and Lifestyle Survey. So that's the updates for this project as where we are now.
Thank you very much. I noted in terms of the Maypen East Health Center, no suitable land has been identified to date. Has there been any progress in terms of determining a land to do this facility?
Find the perfect hotel for you on the Booking.com app.
It was swampy and could not be engineered to fit the purpose for which it was intended. We're actively looking, we're speaking to people in the area to see whether or not they can point us to any available land in Maypen East that we could put this place at.
Okay, thank you. Members, are there any questions for the Ministry of Health before we wrap up here? P.S. We are going to reconvene in 2 weeks in relation to the University Hospital. We had indicated that we have asked the current CEO, the former CEO, and the board chairman to be present to answer some of the questions that the team has not been able to provide answers to. So our next meeting date is going to be the 28th of April.
All right.
Members, there is a matter. Yes.
In the invitation that they will sending out to persons or entities to be present at the next meeting, I would humbly ask that customs be presented to.
I have no issue with that, members, that a representative of Jamaica Customs Agency be asked to come to the next meeting since there are a number of issues that have been raised related to the tax exempt status. Members, there's one matter in AOB that prior to the proroguing of Parliament and the last election, there was a dissolution of Parliament. There was a report sent by the Auditor General on an audit of RADA. I'm asking the committee to support the resubmission of the report to Parliament so that it can be considered by the committee. Because Parliament is dissolved, it doesn't carry over. So it would need to be resubmitted to Parliament for us to be able to review that. Can I have the support of the committee?
I endorse that, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I have a motion for the adjournment? Member Seabright, seconded by Member Jackson. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, members. Thank you. Have a good rest of the day.
Hey, when you hear Julian Robinson laugh, a real rich dog laugh them, you know. And that's why you laugh at you. Big up in general. Good morning, Jamaica. Mighty God. All right, so the PNP has put a lot on me today. They have dropped bombshells on me. I have the videos on the platforms. They are posted in segments. Every segment has been posted except for the Q&A, which I will be posting shortly. You understand? Oh, this. Mama San still there? Mama San? Arville? Arville. Oh, Arville, I personally always come up, but now, sir. Okay. Arville, what you say?
What you say?
But there, man. Yo, me say, the man have a rich dog laugh.
If you ever hear him father talk, you don't think I spit in the image.
Real Santa Claus, General State. Yo, man, no, man, me know, me realize, man. Genuine, man. But you see the type of man there still, you see? Me like to read people. Judah Robinson is smart if you're rampant. I want no nonsense. I want no nonsense, Smarty.
Nonsense person.
No nonsense. Very disciplined. No nonsense. He's not a man for your rampant. I want brother. He's a brother who will give you one look and you understand what time it is. Just the look alone. And that type of man. I may not meet him ever. But me watch and observe people countenance and them. You don't understand? Yeah, that I pride myself in. It's a skill with me have. Atu, what's up, Atu? Thank you so much, Atu, for the gift.
Him father, you know, he's an international judge, you know.
What? Oh, then that's why the man answer, brother. Man father judge. International judge.
Father is an international
Derval, we are deal with. Backside there, say.
Him father sit on certain cases.
Which country him there now?
In travel, man.
Oh, so that means him probably want a part of them world body there.
Yeah.
Interesting.
An international judge.
Wow. That's interesting, man. Derval, come up now. Join the live now.
That's why I see him old. That's why I see him behave so. Alright, if you notice, when PNP did a rule in at the time and they come out with the phone scandal business. You notice when P1 come on, it was very low. And just when him land, he never realized it. Because as him say, anytime he touch working at the country, he turn off the traveling one where him have on it, you know.
Okay.
As he touch airport, him say turn it off. So that means him not overrunning things, none at all. I don't like how hardly started up a film and it overrun.
Yeah, me understand.
So it's a man and don't go him trying to get his name mixed up in a corruption. Him pull him hand clean. He say if you go to him about nothing, him tell you say, give him a letter and he will deal with it.
Alright. All right, more ask you some question. Derval there. Derval, big up. Mama son.
Big up.
Uno hear what came out in the PNP press conference. Mighty God.
Yes.
No, this a worse and a look good. This is becoming all right. I feel like say the government needs to be investigated by international bodies because I know say some type of international law broken by how them are deal with this situation with the people. Them. You understand what I deal with? Because there's no way 6 months after the MP them were in the area were dead upon the ground. You not communicate with them effectively about nothing. Them just they in the dark so.
Alright.
Zine. And yeah, because you see, nobody can say that the PNP this is for clout, you know. We have said Derval.
Yes, but the first one said, good afternoon, my uncle, good afternoon, my mother.
Bless up.
Good afternoon to the comment section, moderator. Bolo, one bolo on the app.
That is
yeah,
it.
Man. One said this bolo. Me, you, my uncle, yes, my mother, yes, sir. We are preach. Night and day we preach. Sleepless night. We drain out. Some of the time we drain out. We choke dry.
True.
We lick dry.
True.
Till I them say we're hungry. The way me talk till I lip.
Drink some water, see your back.
And this and that. So I tell them we don't drink water and the people are still not here. And look here. Everything we not praise myself, you know. I will not praise ourselves, but we are saying, and we bring the revolution, and we bring the truth to the country, for them know what one. You understand everything what we said? Talking at a press conference today. You understand? We've been saying this.
Facts.
The government do not give them no money. You know, give them no money because look here. Because let me drive this up. The road for done. And all the road can't done. If Mackie don't go and back it and fix the road don't fix.
My
and me
God.
tell my member of parliament said, me get on a board. The tell them said, don't spend the more money to your pocket again because the government responds to spend the money on the road. Don't go in your pocket again. Don't go in the save the money for your grandpa to them. Yeah. Messy government give on fix the road. This is why we never talk about them, you know, we are talking about the people that were still let down our country there. We still not getting assistance. Still not getting no bolo. People still not getting that evil. I promise you now. Yo,
may I tell you, man, when me hear Marky G say one elder, hold on Derval. When me hear Marky G say one elder lady from St. Anne's Bay call him this morning, you know, brother. No assistance, you know, no house, brother. Nothing, brother. I think, no, man. No, this can't work, Bridget. Them violate some human rights law or something, brother. There's no way they cannot treat the people them so. And them gonna find gonna look more money again.
If they find them up here, if they're in New York and I look money. I to them labor I come to the two labor I talk to me to the and to the New York. I look money. You up here beg money.
I'm saying,
we are beg the money for. I you don't thief over much trillion from the poor people them. Where's the money where them get for the people them? Where the money they there?
Mighty God.
Greedy them are wicked, you know, them greed and them wicked to the people.
I big up my brother Andre. Big up my brother Andre.
Yes.
Hey, Bolo, all we are talking about, all know we know. The Labour government don't give out a house, all know to the
not even one house.
Not even one to say yes. Let them look good.
Don't to Chief Curry do better than them. Mighty God. Don't to Chief Curry I do better than them.
Chief Curry not to make them chicken enough.
Never we the blacker, Uncle Bolo. The people of country dead for hungry, you know. If I never we the blacker,
yes.
Run out.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
Them dead for hungry. You understand? And we the blacker take more
No man, you do an amazing job, brother, because you're there on the ground, you're in the trenches, you see what I say?
Yes.
So I have to salute you for that. No little joke about it.
Yes.
You're out there in the street, you do an amazing job. Yeah man, you have to be careful. Yeah man, you have to be careful. Yeah man. Yeah man. True. True. Yeah man. Yeah, and somebody just say to the comment section, say Andre is here to our house to the lady. Yeah, and I have to big up Andre because I tell you, remember when him go visit that lady there? Remember when him go visit that lady there? And that lady there did say, she did say some youth in the community actually rescue her from a drown and carry her across the water. You see me I deal with, so she go through a lot, and you know, so them thing that it have traumatize anybody, especially an elderly woman. So you know, say she probably had a flashback, PTSD about all certain things. You know what I mean? And it's a joy to see the lady get the house, man, and the lady a cry, man. I tell you. Bless up Andre, man.
Andre,
we're gonna unite, come together. You not feel like me not feel like you, but just come together as one. I get rid of the government here. Please, we'll come together. We can't feel protest. We not feel like me now. Just come out there, man.
Hey.
Come out there, stand up, no man. For the grand picnic and picnic, man.
You know see a UHWI people and pull one fast one upon them. And just come out. The whole I staff one time just boop. Nobody never know about that today. Come like them plan amongst them one another and they just run in and just do them thing, brother. I saw you have to do your thing. Serious.
Hold on. Friday, I'm gonna have one Friday. Protest Friday, you know. I'm gonna protest Friday, you know.
Which part?
Downtown, I'm gonna have it.
Downtown.
I'm Supreme Court, I'm gonna have it.
Oh, we are protest board. Paul Buchanan thing?
Yeah.
So Paul Buchanan case happen this Friday.
Friday 17.
Oh, okay. And that's one of the things that we have to stand behind too, you know, because we're not gonna make them just draw that something there. You understand what I deal with? No, I want serious case that.
Three times minimum go court and then get back seats. But no, and once we not stop till we get over this song. What is this? About money. About mother. As Jacob.
Oh, me not see she look like a she drop off. Me not see she send a request back.
You know about
what you say?
You know, say the same thing Andrew when he said do in a 96 and
yeah, man. Yeah, man, I see him when he win for him seat, man. And him can't go court back to back till he get the seat. So Paul Buchanan if he ease up off him blouse and skirt. Denzel, big up yourself. You understand?
Bolo. Yeah, the man said Durban. That must mean the man said Durban love where you push it, Durban. Hey, man, I stop push it. Because Andrew has to come out of Parliament. You have to come out. Never die for something. Never die for the truth. You have to come
You're
out.
not dead, man. Me say, Durval gotta go take him out. Easy. Right now, the wheel them are turn already. You're not for dead for nothing. Wheel them are turn. Him have to come out. Him have to come out, brother. External forces are gonna get them out. The people them are gonna rise up against the government, and that is a prophetic word. You hear me, sir? Alright. You're not for dead for nothing, bro. Yeah.
Yesterday anytime we have a commissioner and him in a mix up, who force him out? You think I didn't make him resign?
No.
ONL can literally say resign on health issue. If you have health issue, why you going to take up that position there? Just looking at the facts now.
Yeah,
you
for
resign
real.
on health issue, but you're still going to take up a position and carry more
Stress. Yeah. Exactly. Yo, me not tell a lie, something we're revealing at a press conference. I chew me no sleep from last night. I'm saying me know say me sleep, me not gonna wake up to do this thing. And I tell her say me have to recharge and come back. Brother, I really look into where the people and really are said to me go on. I go on right now. The man them say them a hold back the people in from protesting, brother. Don't West, and them a hold back the people in front of come out and launch out and all the man a deal with the people, brother. Mighty
yes,
God.
Sometimes you have to play the book legal, then you push it.
Yeah, me love what the PNP do because here now. Nobody cannot say the PNP this is a campaign for power. Them a try to overthrow the government.
Yes.
Them literally give them time to do what them say them a do. The process has not worked. The process is very, very slow. The people them must suffer. And them have a valid reason to come out to cry on behalf of the people. And I heard Miss Angela Brownberg say something profound. She said, the Prime Minister said, all the PNP do is talk. Well, guess what? That is their job as the opposition to talk. When they're in the opposition, they'll be a chatting my chat. In a chatting way into Parliament. Oh, until Hassan in Castle in the same Parliament with Richard Hassan. And look for all like nasty so fair MP them are going with. Fertilizer scandal.
Ready for the track. I'm ready for the track.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Shower, that biggest hypocrite them. I can't talk about I like order. Order what? Which order you like? I like justice and order. If you like justice and order on a runway and journalist out down the party from in with him uncertified self. Mighty God. Mighty God. Those are unconfirmed reports, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if the not my word. Not my word. No, yes, sir. I said alleged, you know. But I'm just reaffirming that I have no knowledge of these things. But would I be surprised if something should come out in the future? I would not be. I don't trust nobody in the Jamaica Labour Party. That's just me. That's just, I don't trust nobody. Nobody. If you can support Andrew Honest, if you can support an uncertified leader, I don't trust you. Stand behind him and fight for him, I don't trust you. I don't trust you. She a waste of time, Phil, enough. She a distraction, you know. She a waste of time, General. I tell her that straight. Even when I focus on she. I people and we are suffer down Westmoreland, me I talk about and Hanover and St. James and St. Elizabeth. You know, Nikisha Burchell says step there in a road, like step. A road is no longer a road, as steps there in the road. So you can walk and go down in one next step and one car can't drive on it. What kind of madness is that? My gosh.
Durable and Bola go our place in a St. Elizabeth with a friend. I used to when we have go up there with the vehicle. If we never mind job, the vehicle would have run after. After stop and take off something at the bottom and make the people them take it.
Mighty God. Whoa.
You hear what I say?
Whoa.
The truck nearly turn over. And a serious thing, man. Serious thing. People must suffer. And when you go to some of them, you know, you attack. And guess I tell me how a strong guilty area. Eh?
But listen to me now, Bridget. Going back to the road there. If a man sick enough and living at them place where them road condition there, you know, or him reach at the hospital in time.
When they can't read,
when the road them stay like that. I don't really think people really think about certain things, you know, brother. I want dangerous thing I go on in Jamaica, you know, brother, with everything in a one, all of it is just chaos.
Yeah, man.
all of it a chaos, brother. If you don't have good road, the people them can't reach a hospital pan. Alright, a fire truck need to reach. Somewhere we are burned down. With them the road, how it a go down there?
Because remember, so when you go up, you know, the weight alone can turn over the fire truck, you know.
Mighty God. I don't know, but it's like what Durval say. You don't have to like me, yo. But we can come together on a common ground. The conditions that the people them is facing in the country, it have to stop, brother. We can't continue like this, brother. We can't continue like this, brother. If you man them deal with the hell of them, so how them are gonna do to like we are stronger, smarty. The man they don't know hard feel vulnerable, bro. Alright, so people, you have to say people still not get assessed. Elder people and most vulnerable lose all them house. And nobody not gonna assess them, bro. And the man them a lack of the assessment thing, them people them never know nothing about it. Hey, you know hear much thing the people them talking in a PNP meeting? Them sound scared. I don't know where, man.
Put the young people aside now. The elderly people them and the baby them need.
Yes.
The people them go back to school.
Yes.
The people them go back to
Yes.
school.
Yes.
The people them want them tablet, they want to go hospital to check them blood pressure, their sugar,
Yes.
and they suck with it. If them don't eat, the sugar level go drop.
Yeah, man.
If they
Definitely.
don't eat, the sugar level go drop. And they don't concern about the elderly people them and the people them and the baby them just bad on there. And the baby mother them. Put the young people aside. Leave the young people them last. But the elderly people them and the people them go to school and the baby mother them. And the newborn them just born. And the hospital them want clean up down there. Cause I know some part that's what them do not fix. Corner region hospital want fixed up. I be a rubbish up at the gate of corner region hospital.
Rat and beer thieves.
Do not finish. We don't go to corner region hospital and they don't finish. Unfinished hospital no work more. Unfinished hospital. We can't treat nobody. Look on the back part of corner region hospital, they don't fix up. I want to take Angie they can't treat nobody else up.
Tough time no come out of there and talk about say, them a look to finish up Cornwall Regional Hospital by the end of fiscal year. So him say, but we know so that a PR. We know so that a PR.
I want to send some picture of Cornwall after Bolo or done the mash up. I want to send some picture, don't come have some picture we done the mash up. I want to send some picture with this done there. And we can free it up on media.
Yeah, man, send them, man. You can take my number public, you know. You can take my number right now. You can take my number right now. My number public.
Remember, say, how much time him tell us that I got done with him physical, in the year, financial year.
Sure.
This is not the first, not the second, not the third, you know.
Brother, pressure the hand there, you know. And that's why they shut off them out, you know. Ronnie's, what's up, Ronnie's?
How much place them open were unfinished and I know people still can't get light and water in the building.
Mighty God. What a thing.
So you are cut rim and open building, open place, because what? You know, use it as a political football.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And it's also a feeding tree too. Nobody can tell me son of holy pop. Anissa Bell Rose in our place. What the hell is that? What, Anissa? Anissa send more gift there first. Me I say that. Anissa, you know, so me can make a join the YouTube all on them. Let me say it. No, me never did. No, sorry. Things I did have the but they set up the live that way. They know. But you can't forward on the TikTok still in Anissa, because we live on TikTok, you know. You and Durval and Avil there attack.
Remember, say, me I watch you and Andre Stevenson and the boy from England, they were attacked by him.
Yeah.
And I'll be a rubbish me here, my chat, you know.
Yo, no, Noel alone, brother. Low Noel, don't stop beat Noel, bro. The man does have a different way to look at things. Stop beat the man. Celine Wagwan. Hi, Sassy. What's up? Man, he can't beat Noel. Yo, he's a fine dog, man. The dog. Alright, this I'm trying to understand people. You see, Noel is a man who not trust no politician. Feel me I deal with. I mean, I have a whole heap of friends stay, so I tell people all the while. No matter what you tell them, say, no matter what you tell them, say they not trust no politician, whether PNP or JLP. Enough for them mind, they fix. Them just say, alright, all I want is the same thing. So, theme reasoning, I will always be pessimistic if say, alright. You see me? Yo, you know, look at this away, because I possibly say them try trick with. And that's the mentality. You feel me I deal with? So, I saw your mind program. So, it's like, let me tell you all them people, how me look upon them people. It's like a man who have whole heap of girl, and every girl when they do it from him small, they break him heart, and him just buck up on some bag of girl where decide say, yo, that type of life that them a live. So the man start to look at every girl as that way. Him just group them up in a one way. You see what I say? And that happened to Noel. Noel see something, can him say, him used to be in a politics, and him see some things in the USA and whatever. So he thinks them when him see him a broad brush every politician say, yo, you can't trust none of them, brother. Already see them a go on and array, you just can't trust them. And it's like a safe zone for that's how me read it still. That's how me reading. It's a safe zone. But me now, I used to be like that too. But Mark Golding, no, I'm a general. Mark Golding show me something different. May I tell you the truth? Marky G have my support. That man is a serious man of integrity. Marky G have my support, brother. Me see something different in a Marky G. Me not tell no lie. Me might be wrong, but I don't think I am. So until Mark Golding do something to show me otherwise, me I stick with Marky G. Him not do nothing yet. The man has been consistent, bro. The man has been consistent. They read what one. The man has been consistent. Look how the man deal with my man there. What his name? Dennis Meadows. And he hear people say make they lose the seat. But him do it. Principle. You feel me I deal with? The man is a principle man, bro. So I have to support Marky G, brother. I have to support Marky G, man. Tell her.
Yes, if you did have a chance to meet him, father.
Yeah.
That's something different.
Marky G, father.
Because his father did have an apartment on Bamboo Avenue, you know. One apartment was built near down to the bottom of Bamboo Avenue.
Yeah.
And when your father come on the location, you know, remember, you know, when it's a building, every 6 weeks, the father come look on your house, you know. If you not come the week, and you don't see him, he might forward. And that time a building stage, you know, when it's supposed to finish, you know.
Yeah.
And go upstairs, the man walk right through. So if you know him father, you know say I see him stay.
Oh, I just see him talk about him father in such a way where you can see saying father still affecting life in terms of how him live him life. You feel me? As I come here listening to an interview and I say, yo, in father, you know, in father, I want him look to say, to make him feel like him proud. You understand what I say? You want to make sure saying father proud of all my man. Yeah, man. High regards. Him have high regards for him father. Richard, where you going with?
I'm mentor.
Yeah, man.
I'm a real mentor.
Just coming on and feel that's why I'm tuning and so all this one going on cause boy. The road is rough, my drive to some place, my brother, my test, my can't be so the road is still so my brother. Man, they not do nothing, brother, and people still. I drive a couple of mobile, a couple of centi. I said some people still out electricity, no brother. And when they take one money and give people, they still not electricity and no, brother.
Yeah, that me I say.
Some people are sent in Westmoreland and they take money and they say by February latest and no, and here, brother, come here, brother.
Yeah,
still put up, you know.
The PNP talk about it. The PNP talk about it in a conference earlier. You understand?
You can't drive comfortable, brother. You can't drive comfortable. When I drive a Subaru, I come out and say, boy, I say, brother. I swear, when I say, the road, I lick it left, right, and center, brother. I don't know what I'm blessed a country. I not get better, brother. Not get better. Look on Monday, main road. Look on Monday, look on in Alabama, the road, still over the ears in Alabama. When we go to a place, like I go to a place named New Orleans. A crazy thing, I said, the people are really. Alright, may I show you something? Say, water wash down, water come flow out where they say and wash some dirt and place in Charlie Girl and Carnaval. 3 days ago, brother. The dirt went up on the road, over 3 feet to 2.5 feet. Thick on the road, brother.
A snow.
Come clean it.
A snow.
Brother, I say, you need a Charlie Girl and Carna, something there, milk waters. And a milk water square, dirt and on the road, 2.5 feet. And no one truck now come clean the place, brother. Like to clean that for the road. Thick. When you drive like you drive elevator, by the elevator, brother. Look, but this is like a joke, that's what authority I do. I mean, I talk again one next my life. One time, a place at Blackover Bridge. A little old man and him and his son go over there, and the old man alive. And me, the MP, this man can't tell me no good. Come and say, boy, my call authority to put up some rail at the bridge. And no, about 4 months now, I'm not seeing no rail, I'm seeing nothing the bridge still working, brother. If you walk and stumble or anything, you drop right in the Black River, right in the water. You know, I'm not for hold the brother. And the man talk, I'm in the NWA, nobody talk about me, no, walk one and country, when they talk, they say, you're wicked and you're lying and something. Beautiful is brother.
Them are gonna ask if you bring evidence, bro. Anything you can consider, are ask if you bring evidence.
If you know me, I have some video, I love video, brother. If you go on I love video, brother. Maybe think me do my video, I love video. And she said, this I go in my country. Because I can't tell you, brother, any parish you come from, believe it or not, boss, you know. Just tell me your parish, I can't tell you how your parish inside out, you know, brother. Anywhere in Jamaica, you know.
Yeah, travel, you drive around the place.
You travel, brother, so I know that this one man come out of foolishness. Alright. Me that movie, you know, and the man tell me say, boy, Leroy Clark, constituency, at Carpet Road. I'm sure me tell you some place in shut up, brother.
Mighty God.
You can't believe me, I tell him about Portobello, me I tell him about Green Pan Road, me I tell him about some place and like, you can't be some other place there. The man say, Carpet. Nothing like one, brother. I mean, I know when Jamaican pick up a roll, brother, when I wake up and see the boy, never take me for fool. Not take me for fool, because I know. And if you think about it, it's the most of them states, brother, they can't go nowhere. Me can't leave and go with one going. Can't leave and go with. No for them states where I go die at it, can't go down and stay and suffer. And they might get the trouble, brother. I tell you that. So the one who can't go nowhere, they must stay and take the sufferation and beat along with the talk. And come to tell life on social media.
My God.
I notice most of them, they don't have a face on social media. They hide themselves.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I don't even pay them, brother. I just block them, enough.
I don't pay them, my brother. Come and tell me, I don't pay them. When they make them talk, I don't pay them in private. I don't pay them, man.
Sad. Boy, is that the reality? When you talk about the road still bridging, man, I don't know. I mean, I really, I don't know if you tell the people them say. I just that my problem. I don't know if you tell them say. Like, them have to decide say, all right, this is what we are going to do. Because you have to change something. You cannot do the same thing over and over again and expect one different result. You have to change something. Not true?
Yeah, but sure, but you want to go and say, what go on now, you see? What go on? You see, now, the man sabotage. Sabotage, I can tell that.
Mm-hmm.
The PNP here, them, like, the PNP, them get sabotaged. So them look bad on them. That's going on right now, brother.
Yeah, and that them come out, and it gets so bad that the PNP have to come out and because it's just so obvious. You know where a lady from Hanover say, but she name is Perkins.
Brother, hold on. Me go to one place, I know where you name Lady. You see, one place named Caps. Me drive to one place named Lady, go from Manchester, before we reach to Anchovy and go to one place named Lady and go to one place named Caps, brother. And come up and me can't be a place in Jamaica State, brother. I tell you, say, they have one juvenile center named Caps. The place stay bad, I know about it, brother. Stay crazy, you know. So people talk and like people tell you, brother. We go to a place again named Westmoreland at the high school there, right? Up in Hanover Hills there, and trust me, brother, you don't want to drive a car. If you want to drive a buggy, you have to fit for the donkey there, so I go there, brother. I tell you.
Mighty God.
Yeah, man. It's easy, brother. So it's when they come to me still, when they come down for me, run them when they catch me, know the place, brother. We can highlight them, we run them, brother. Yeah, man. All right now, last week, a weekend in Lambs River place they get current, and certain place. And some place we go Betheltown, some place still down the quarantine me. Some place in here they still put up pole. We go towards Betheltown. What about the place in the quarantine, brother? So they can't tell me nothing. I just pay for it like one, brother.
As me I say, Miss Perkins say, basically you know the JLP area them in Hanover. And she said the people in them area they get funds. They might get money. They might get relief. They might get them 70,000 and them 500,000. So the JLP allegedly it appears that they have found a way to ostracize the PNP people in the area and not give them any of the aid, or most of them none of the aid. They might keep it within the JLP because the JLP only come to govern and take care of JLP people alone.
I'm a girl in scenario going on place name New Market Hills. I tell you what going there. I come and live a house and rent a house and people in the house, brother, you know. I'm in the window and the people get 500,000 in place, you know. 500,000 get in the brother. And the people if the house can't fix the house, you know, any go somewhere, you know. I send the report to the MP and the officer appearing, you know. And 500,000 get $500,000 get. And the people in one of the house can't get nothing and they say they can't do about it, can't get it already. Trust me. And people in the house there right now, pull up, mash up, lit down, and then get it on a few place.
Wow.
And they tell me say they can't do about it. Yeah.
Why that government I tell them man, them have to pay for this, brother. What them do to the people. I know say God not asleep. God alone can't take them down. I tell her that.
Yes, who inside it? Look who inside it. Israel.
They know.
Who inside it? Israel.
Yo, the school man.
You go kiss all Israel. Israel inside it.
Wayne Golden, big up. Wayne Golden said Mark should really get the chance from he's the people person. That is true. That is true. Hi Sassy, how are you?
The greatest genocide, the greatest genocide that take place in the world right now, Israel did, and Israel inside of it. Israel is you know most wicked. They want to sell their soul, brother. Man, they sell their soul.
And then
Jamaica realize.
And then the scam of it all. They make the people who put up the placard and then they receive no money. They might do photo up. They might literally do PR, you know. No, I wonder if they really listen to it. Trust me, I am gonna go through this PNP conference very I'm gonna be surgical. Because I don't think people really understand the level of wickedness that Pat W, what's up? I don't think people understand the level of wickedness that was told today. Marcus, big up. In a normal. Pat W said nobody in Manchester get any help. My brother is a cancer patient who lost. Huh? Hold on. My brother is a cancer patient who lost his life, who lost his roof, his whole roof, and if it wasn't for me, he would wash away. This government sucks. Mighty God, look at that. Somebody will actually have an illness, and I've been saying it from last year now. Richard, if the man they really care about the people, they would accelerate some of the cash and go search, dig down, work with the MP them, look for every single elderly person who have disability. You understand? Person who have disability.
They get money and put in a consolidated fund. They get money and put in a consolidated fund. That they do the money.
Brother, I think I got them though. All Darrell Vaz, the $150 million him give JPS.
A joke. Me see different side. We have a fight because up to now people are getting good, but people left not see it. So what is sense away? I see a speedy process. You see a speedy person and get them. Right? What is sense side? What is sense side?
Yeah, man, I tell you, boy. Man, I'm terrible, bro. Ben, what you say, bro?
Yeah, pick up 2024 in 2024, see, you want to see my work on a mobile, right? Listen me. In come and take picture and key or something, 2024, people never get there till October 2025, but I come and key, man, them people get those. See people get those, and when they get those, The original cost was $17 million. So you get those two bedroom, $17.8 million for those, when they really get those there. And you have to keep them 1 year apart before they get those. And when they get those now, 800,000 more per house. The man,
God.
What a cut you by a house. The man them two terrible.
When you buy a house, before it finish, even if no cost incur after that, you're not supposed to hear, you know.
They was definitely brother, but they just never really come in mind. I'm mostly private developer, and then developer after no, I don't know, then developer someone to NST, and somebody didn't know, and NST didn't know private developer, so then they get a portion. So before, so an agreement, if you sign on something, you can get it, and take 1 year after.
But when you get the house through housing trust now, you know the amount, and housing trust, you take out the loans from again, you know.
No, a private institution, brother.
A bank.
So, you know, it
housing trust move from what it was institute for.
Look what people, you don't say, brother, I say, you don't say.
Hold on, Richard. Hold on, Richard. People, when the most can buy me a beer today. Yeah, man. You see that live goal there? You help me with that live goal there. You make your thing splash, man. Send some wheel over here, man. I want to deal with. More 25 wheel. More 25 wheel Jamaica. Don't work with me. I pin it right now. Send some wheel over here. Splash up the screen. Go on, show Richard. Talk your mind.
Yes, you know, say, funny good, they say. I mean, the jail people are them say, NST was a scam. And one Jamaican look and say what NST do for poor people at Jamaica in the past lost. I mean, bloggers say NST, you say the a scam, brother.
Brother, the reason why them a say it because them a labor right. And they want to defend Andrew and him wickedness, so them a do. I take the money from the NHT. I hungry reason why them a say that. And I know other reason.
They are enemy against the state. They are enemy against the state and Jamaica, brother.
Yeah, them are enemy of progress, brother. Them are enemy against democracy, brother. Right? Them totally worship the man. And now look for what is best for the Jamaican people. Them. You feel me? I deal with. But I'm a virgin there, person. What you say, bro?
Yeah, are you hearing me?
Yeah, you kind of low still. You always loud up on the other something.
No, but my phone cannot be on a lower level right now. So you have to get blackout because no line is from there right now. So
alright, go choose.
Can I low up charge?
Yeah, man, talk your mind, man.
Yes, so this morning I heard the opposition leader party, members come out and hitting on some critical points about the sistering them down there in Westmoreland and all this shoots.
Tell her, brother. Tell her. Oh, in internet look like it gone. If me didn't know some bachelor they'd be making him talk, man. Because in there patient away, Look like somebody call him. And
you get a call.
Yeah, man, the Virgin always call me and give some critical input, man. But walk on, So I deal with Celine, where I deal with though? You don't see what the man must suffer people them down so. JLP not raid the band, the man them thief the whole band, brother. No band not there. When they raid the band, that means one structure left, with something in it, Them a man take up the whole band and I move with it, brother. No band. 6 months after hurricane, the entity was supposed to build back Jamaica better. Not established. Furthermore, you have not assessed all the persons that have been damaged by the hurricane. Lose them house, lose them roof, whatever. You not assess everybody, bro. Come on, man. That should have been an income revenue for persons. Like, we need people to do assessments as fast as possible. We have a trainer now and pay on to do it. You feel me? I deal with? And then the other thing, get in touch with the Builders Association. As soon as the hurricane done, formulate a strategy with them. How do we build back better? Fit for purpose to actually for a category 5 hurricane. And then from those discussions and a strategy is put in place. All the other NGOs, everybody come together, just like Mark Golding did suggest to them. You know how far we would be right now? The man
Remember, say each things are done were done on the site, you know, of association. You know. You have the master builders, you have the steel association, you have the electrical association. The only somebody I don't think that two people were involved in a construction association is the plumbers and the tilers. But everybody else have an association where you can get your input from them. You have the engineer copper and I'm calling the people that are engineers. You have the whole of them on a board. You have a board. Why you don't get those together, even 2 or 3 people from each department, and put them together to sit down with the person who is in charge of the housing corporation and say, look here, we're going to come up with a strategy that we can put in something which is better than put something to paper that we work off on. Because if you put that together, you know, you don't want not more, you know. So you don't pass it on to the municipality. That means that anytime not have a structure put up, this is what you must look for before it put up. That means you know say everything had done to the T.
Yeah man, you have key things we look for here, like I say. Wagwan Howard, big up.
But bro, if they do it, you know benefit. Because I remember housing corporation boss and business partner, you know. Housing corporation boss and business partner.
You talk about FCJ?
Mr. Brown and boss,
Who that? Oh yes, oh my God, him not just in business partner, him friend. In business partner and friend. Oh, you talk about the odd, hey, you know your thingy man in the report. Mighty God. Yo, Marita. No, Richard, Marita. I not even remember that the level of detail out there. Because there's so much crime, right? Committed by this Jamaica Labour Party is like, man.
By the Prime Minister mostly. Because you have how much millions dollars in a corona time.
All me know one crime me know in commit a crime against my trust. Yeah man. And he need to come out of office because him not serving sentence yet.
When me ask my question, when he come and say commit this sin against the people of Jamaica and choose the more know what they say. When he come and say man for forgiveness, yes, he sin against the people and the children man for forgiveness. More know what is that sin, brother? Because they have to be
oh boy.
You know, hear somebody come out and tell you the sin already when they do it for one life. So sell them on them butter. Because if you collect so many money from a country to promote same-sex business, that means that
in first interview, Jamaica get more tolerant to it. That was the first interview when he say Jamaica get more tolerant to that lifestyle. That the man say. So Jamaicans getting more tolerant to that LGBTQ something. So the man say first interview when the Prime Minister was his.
Yeah, morning. Me always a play over. Good morning, yeah.
Yeah, man. You see details. Memorize some things and keep them.
Look for this, Jenko people. Look at this. PAC, you see them 3 person here? The PAC ordered them to come our next meeting. This a man here, I last man who left. And he walk off because of Christopher Tufton. According to his accounts, Christopher Tufton decided say him no want to use the person who they recommend from England, the lady. According to this man here. That the report says in. And then Fitzgerald Mitchell was put there and chaos has happened since. You understand? I know everything will come around back full circle. The man that pressure on the people. Let me tell you something. I'm not gonna say force to resign and lock up. Just look out for them thing there for some of them politicians in the near future. Force to resign and lock up. Publicly handcuff put on them and then gone with them. It can get serious. Tell me I tell you that. And them know what is coming to. I hold them a try hold it and I try escape it. But they can't escape the judgment. Them are do more things than a pile up on themselves. God is in control. What a banger in this blows and skirt country, man. Look at all of these. There's some things me get in one group and me look funny.
I can say Uncle Bolo.
Yeah, man.
I can say to the people and to our blogger them, who just continue on the fire, stick together, who not feel like me, who not feel like Bolo, who not feel like nobody else. So we come together and fight for family, our ancestors, our brothers, them be brother keeper, look over each other. You know, I feel like a woman just look over each other. You understand? Throw everything behind. You understand? This and come together and unify just for your family and a better Jamaica. And after that, we're not talking to each other for that. So if we unite and pretend like we love each other, you understand, and just forget about the and this and you understand, because unity break every yoke, and the unity want to break the yoke, you understand? All the people, all the come and protest. Friday never out the Friday, who come out the Friday and stand up Friday for a better Jamaica. And I tell you, man, I tell you, the Antoine's in other thing going when you join and together and unite, we stand and divide, we fall. That's all I'm saying to the comrade. We come together as one happy family. Mike and Manley and some powerful woman in a way, you understand? Yeah, man.
Totally agree. I want to play something though. Mighty God, but we can't play with this after that.
Good afternoon, everyone on the panel.
Hey, what's up, Tickums? What's up, my baby?
Talking and, how can an institution like that have security guards, which I know, like, it's different shifts, different guards collecting money for a parking lot?
Christopher, bless up. Yeah, that is that's a whole nother issue.
Can you imagine how them security guard them pockets loaded and them also big and nice?
And not just that, they are open target.
So what about getting the since everything they talk about, we're going digital, we're doing this, we're doing that. Why not have a machine there where you have to pay?
You just scan one card. Scan a card.
So we can have a digital footprint.
Yeah, man.
Of where the money
everything
is.
log in our system. And the money, yeah. That is it.
Well, because them love skullduggery and them only thing them know
That is it.
Steal.
That is it.
Them got the easiest way, hand put the money from your hand to mine and their pocket.
Yeah. That is it.
What may I tell you, say, this morning, Bolo, when me watch the conference, what you call it?
PNP conference.
Yes. Me heart weep.
Yeah, it's overwhelming. Me not tell no lie. I was shocked about several things that was said. That was revealed. Several things.
Can you imagine PNP and JP in the community? And then ask the PNP and go to the JP. And can you imagine them give people the black card with 500 times? You say the man probably is a PNP now, and then just need the card for all it, to take the picture like say yes, never help people who are PNP, and not even a text message or a phone call to find out how the man will collect the money.
Yo, me not tell no lie. You see any JLP person when knowingly I take these things from the government and know say government now help their neighbor with a PNP, we're not gonna suffer. Yeah, man, you're not going to suffer. You better repent. I tell you that. You're not going to suffer. You're not going to suffer dearly. I don't think that. I mean, I tell you, say, I know water. I'm not talking with water, and I'm not going to suffer.
Oh, you can imagine road turn out in a step to oil mash up. It just.
Yo, I know exactly what she talk about, you know. I know exactly what she talk about, you know. I used to live in one place where rain fall like that, you know. And some I road them, you know. I broke with them Carly, you know. Broke with them Carly, you know. No car can't drive this, so not even donkey can walk there. I tell you that. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, we slip and drop and knock your head, and that is it. And then the type of thing that we are talking about.
Is it that underworldness one from Jamaican people? May I tell you, this morning I watched one small island. I think it's in Pusha, one of the places there, you know, where investors come and buy out the beachfront. Them, you know, the people them go protest for it, you know, and I sing, you know, our beach will not stop coming and all kind of things, you know.
You know what come to me? You see, and it come to my mind, but just I remember I said. Come to my mind about 5 minutes ago, show me allow you to talk. You see, the funds them where them are raised in name of Hurricane Melissa aiding people down here. You know what I feel like say them are going to trouble with the United States over their money there.
I don't know what them are weak on.
Yeah man, I feel like say them are gonna catch them red-handed with them something there. Yeah man.
Yeah, I saw somebody in the comments while I was watching the conference talking about some of the money them there where we wanna get from a constituency.
Yeah. No, listen to me. You talk about something now. Listen to me. You see the money. You hear them ask Mark Golding about him money where them collect and PNP collect. And you see how the man make them know say hello. All of our records are on the website. Please tell me those trillions of dollars that they got. We need the JLP to give us an account for those money. Why is the media not asking them these questions when them go to conference with them?
They always come up. Mark Golding.
They make you look like say Mark Golding a run the country. Yeah. The question them ask Mark Golding, a question when they're supposed to ask Andrew Holness.
Even with what's his name then, and in business place now with them where thing there. Where name? Jack then. That somebody go ask about Jack then in a conference where people are talking about the well-being of Jamaican people and the homeless people.
Yeah, me not tell no lie. You see the way how the cleaner man structure a question, me can appreciate it. You feel what me I deal with? And him already put it out there, and then Mark Golding gave the courtesy enough to answer it. But then my man they got asked back the question again one next way in a worse way about the same topic. Him for go man. That boy different nationwide for go man. I don't like see man I love how PNP they just block off his face. They don't give him no blows. If he's there present physically, then block him off. I'm sure about that. If him there on a Zoom, then block him off. Them don't make him get no shine at all. Because everybody know him annoying voice. Everybody know. Every time he come at the conference, him straight from the topic. Every single time. So the argument out there by the idiot lab rat them, you know, is Mark Golding them a thief money. And I ask people for aid. That a for them thing, you know. No evidence of that. The man them have the records them out there. Just like Andre Stevens. Them have the record them. He show you where the money go. So nobody can send thief $1.
That is the reason why I direct them this morning on where to go. You may not a long chatting with nobody.
Yes. I guess what them now gonna do.
Just tell them what's going to find it if they want to see.
Guess what them now gonna do, T-Coms? Them now go on the website, you know?
Them now go on because them don't love read, them don't know anything, them don't
chat. Peer chatting. Yeah.
And some of them I use voice something that says type what they want to say. And they can't read, and they can't write, they can't spell.
Dre Brian, nobody had done them. Yeah, man, Dre Brian live a good while now, man. Come live after me. Me they have to go almost more than 4 hours. No, man, him never come on. He never come on. Remember say work.
Drop the news upon them, make them hot, you know.
Remember say him work, you know. Somebody, Sharon Palmer in the building. Let me see, who is this? Good evening, Sharon. Drop off back an accident. Accident, man. Oh, what day over Jerry Bryan, man? You see me in the comment section. But we're not going to live anyway still, because right now I need to... No, but before I do, I want to play one thing. I think God, I'm end that card. I want to play one thing before I end the live. One thing.
So how you use it with joint pain and RITC?
Mighty God, calm down. So, I saw this phone loud, man.
The nation is under judgment. The children suffer. Let me say it one more time, just in case you miss what I've just said. Read the Bible and read the Bible well. Look at history also. Past history and contemporary history. When nations are under judgment, the children suffer most. Then other categories, including the elderly, women, and so on. But usually the children, for starters, suffer the most, including the unborn. It is one of the signs of judgment of a nation. Because when a nation is blessed, many babies, the children flourish because they speak.
Him don't hear the man ever say, Apostle Jeffrey Shutter not tell a lie. Anytime a nation bless, children are born. And the man asks people if you have pity. Jamaica curse, no? That is an open sign say Jamaica curse. Mighty God.
To the next generation. And remember now, their aim, their assignment, Psalm 127, for example, is to battle the enemy at the gate. They have to do with legacy. Carrying on the vision of the house, starting with the sons. And then, of course, the daughters now support the vision and refine the vision because they grow into ladies, females, wives, easers, meaning partners. And so they refine the vision and helps to build on that.
Jamaica, I can't get 50,000 likes. I so long it take me to get 50,000 likes, but I kind of glad to say we don't almost reach still, but I need a top team, yeah, man. I need a top team where deal with the likes them different. I'm not telling you that. With the 49,000. You know what? Yeah, man, we need a top team, man.
So when God is judging nations, one of the ways that this is done, and usually it's the first, is the children. And that includes the unborn. Because when you do that, you are causing the nation to diminish from the root. The nation is under...
Jamaica definitely under judgment, because if you check how much pitney unborn and the hospital them like the amount of pitney were dead in the last 3 years in the hospital them. Jamaica is 100% curse. Barren land. Can you imagine? A good afternoon. The land of food and water, Jamaica. The land of food and water. The man them when I flourish. Pitney born left, right and center. Oh dog, like we We have them in to be a picnic man have. No, we don't see what I go on. When you hear and stop going like so, we don't see what I go on, yeah. Anyway, God bless you. That is my time. I am tired. I got to get some rest. And I need to get some food in my system. So, sooner or later, my people, and thanks for joining. Alright? 50,000 likes. God bless you. Tickums, thank you so much, darling. Mommy don't cook. Oh, some women don't cook none. Because I can't buy me lunch. Because I can't buy me lunch. People who can't buy me lunch. All pound there, and somebody buy me lunch, yeah, man. Bless up your cash up, bless up yourself. Somebody buy me lunch, Bridget. No, I'm sorry, so my name there in a Andre vicinity when we could have say, oh, we just order one lunch from Andre or somebody order one lunch. How much for lunch? Lunch in Jamaica like $1,200 or $1,300. $10 US, pretty much. That's lunch. But people have babies in the in this field. Yeah, but that's the thing. Alright, my babes. Thank you so much, Tickums. That's the thing in Jamaica. The conditions them is not fit for even have the children them in some of them hospital, yeah. Because them lack equipment, the place not clean. Or the Zell. I got text her. I got text her the Zell number here. Yeah? I can't tell her right, so I got text her. I have a number. I got text her the Zell number. Alright, mama. I'm going to text her right now. Anybody want the Zell? Okay. Yeah, that just said text me the Zell. I'm tired, you know. I'm tired. Forgive me. I'm tired. My brain run slower than now. My brain actually needs to go rest. As I tell you, I not sleep last night because I didn't want to miss this press conference. You understand? So my brain moves slow. I text it here right now. Anybody want the Zell? Reach out to me. That Zell I'm gonna put out that Zell up on the internet. Anybody want that Zell? Send me anything and bless up the thing. Reach out to me. Jamaica, there's a new video we have, an exclusive from Peter Chambers. Pastor Peter Chambers. Look out for that. Yeah, man, look out for that. I'm not even listening voice note yet. But look out for that. Alright? I'm going to put that together and put it out. Look out for that prophetic word. Alright? Cressida, how are you, Pumpkin? That's literally your name, Cressida Pumpkin. How are you doing? I'm big up Russell Red, man. Shout out to my day one, man. Salute to you, my brother, for the donation on the super chat. Salute to you. Appreciate that, man. Let me find Dior. Sierra. Dior, how much number you have? A 2 number you have, babes? Oh, a 2. Alright, so that means the right one is. And send me receipt here. Send me receipt. Which one I say? Yes, I just send it to a while ago. You're good? Alright, Cressida. Cressida, you're late still. And I have about 6 videos that I released from 9 o'clock till now. 6 videos. Check them out. Now only a video I'm put up on YouTube. While I was listening to the conference, I was literally recording and putting out videos. Literally. So you see every person's speech, Dr. Dayton Campbell, Nikisha Burchell, everybody's speech split up. When you can go check it out, Jamaica, and share it with your friends. It's more palatable when we watch it. I want to have reference and you can go look back and say when Nikisha Burchell did say, and where Dr. Dayton were doing Vaz this Mark Golding did say, and I'm putting out the Q&A as well soon. It's already scheduled already. All right. Again, thank you so much, guys, for your support. Blessed day. Thank you, Tickums. Later, baby. Appreciate you. Big up all of my gift to them. TikTok, look more. All right. Kalash music. Big up.